Okay. It's rain.
Hey.
I can't tell if that was Dallas blowing his nose or saying, "Hey, we're
And
we're
I was
having a
gonna
bad
say
time here.
hi.
We're not well at Rain HQ. Hi, I believe this is
Look,
episode
it's
64.
December.
It's
Tis the
miserable
season, yes.
season.
It's December, and I work in childcare. I don't know what you want from me.
Well, you're not the only one though.
Lucky has
As I
become a
said
burrito
earlier,
right now.
stop licking the doorknobs.
I don't. I wash my hands like 8 times.
I know. I'm just joking.
Dallas, you
Sorry.
need to go into
Sorry,
work with a
Dallas.
fucking fishbowl on your head.
Oh
I can ask
Sorry,
tomorrow.
it's just so funny of like your level of response, and then in the middle you cough. It's just like, don't know. I'm very Anyway, hey, this episode is brought to you by our patrons like Adam DeHart, Black SG, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, JDV9000, Starlight, Rise of Kenya, Roro, and Charvor, and others. Thank you very much, patrons.
Thank you.
I myself am cleansing my sinuses. Hopefully, I won't yawn too loud. I'm not sick. It's just freaking like cold here, and so I spend all night bundled up in my blankets,
Blankets.
and we're all stiff and stuff.
Stiff and stuff.
Hit the floor with a
Man, I wish it was cold enough here to wear blankets. I would love that.
Yeah. Get all cozy. Loth's upside down.
Definitely cold enough here. It's getting down to the
Yeah, well,
30s.
you live in NorCal. I
Mid-count.
live in the blandest part of California, weather-wise at least.
It's not bland. We just had an earthquake today, but that's not weather. But
Well, I said I live in the blandest part. You're the colder part.
oh, okay.
The desert's the hotter part. I'm in literally the middle part. It is like 76 to 65 degrees.
All right, enough about the fucking weather. I want to play some goddamn rain before I die.
It is a present, crisp, summer day in Stonehearth.
Yay.
Honestly, probably decently warm, even though you are known for a cooler climate. But last time, you guys had the first day. That's it. That was all of it. Well, technically, we did some before that, but yes.
I got a little loopy
ran
towards the end.
Yeah,
I got a little loopy towards the end. Did we get to welcoming Verity?
Yes. Everybody's
Yes.
here.
Okay.
I mean, also just the whole thing got loopy at towards the end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
everybody
Your Majesty.
was doing
Everything's
great.
fine, Your Majesty.
So that is, technically your first day down. We end the night with some, I don't want to say informal, but less formal celebrations. And, there's, like I said, a few fireworks from Baron Oro's camp, but mostly everybody's getting settled in, get a little food, clean up some social calendars, plan out some stuff, see about some
foraging.
things. Yep. Blame the grapes.
Damn grapes.
Itching my nose there slightly. But yes, so you guys had a sorry, I was going to say pleasant and productive first day, but some of you may disagree with me on that.
It was definitely productive. It was definitely productive.
I, the invisible man in the sky, am doing great.
Yeah, well,
You guys less so.
I had an extremely stressful day. And also the Fairy Queen showed up.
Honestly,
see
for
that
Nicola,
part,
that seemed
yeah.
that seemed de-stressful. He seemed to have a lot more fun once that was involved.
It was more just surprise.
Flashback to Dallas screaming, "I kneel!"
Well, that is Dallas's opinion of the Fairy Queen. I think Nicola would be like very scared of her.
Nicola at the least would be very more reserved. I don't know how well, he might be a little scared. Everybody's a little scared. He's definitely more reserved about it. Anyway,
Nicola is only about 30% the troll I am.
We move. Sorry, itching my eyebrow. We move to the second day of the first week. It is the Verd's Day. So you got plans for a Curia Regis and a Privy Council. And we'll be running on through from there. So, the king did mention it because both Inos and Leslok, popped in on opening day to be like, hey, there's this fairy queen here. So you're not going to have to worry about your fog veil questions until the middle day of the week, the second Privy Council on the Stas Day. I'm making sure to be very careful to use my fake made-up day names rather than just call it a Wednesday. Because, there's no Woden in this timeline, so it doesn't make any fucking sense.
True.
I've been teaching children the proper Norse way to pronounce things.
But, yeah, actually, I think you guys were told, but we'll keep it up. So, we're starting with the Privy Council meeting in the morning, just after breakfast. Leslok, of course, will be there, and as I did bring up last time, but to remind, Inos, you have also been extended an invitation as well to comment on the Iron Demon situation, because the king is going to be starting off strong with double-checking on his kindred tribes.
Yes.
Agenda.
Have I been sent an invitation?
Why?
No.
Okay, then I'm probably extremely, extremely busy in the morning, making sure everything runs like clockwork for the Lady Admiral, and then I'm like passing out on my couch.
He's gonna take a power nap until after lunchtime when it's the Curia Regis.
Yep.
That is a public event, so all of you can attend the first one if you want to, be there and catch up with the initiative.
Yeah.
Or we're like to try to speedball this a little bit. We'll see.
I got bullet points, but it depends on how much you guys feel like questioning and commenting. I will say, to remind you guys of it, because it's been several weeks real time out of character since we talked about it. There was a discussion amongst the crew at some point of explaining the whole ley line situation to the Privy Council.
I believe we're going to save that for the whole fog veil situation as part of a reason of why we really need to get in there.
Why we went there in the first place?
Yes. Also that.
Also true, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so in that case, yes, there will be, I don't know, there'll be a question of how much commenting you guys will want to do, and that'll be up to you. But yes, you have been told that your Fogville situation will be on the middle day, the Stas Day. So that's the day when you guys want to make sure you got all your ducks in a row. You pick whatever witnesses you want. All of you can figure out, because obviously any of the player characters are valid witnesses because you've done doggone been there. Meanwhile, it sounds like members of the house staff are wrestling ducks or geese on the lawn.
Yes. Well, it's not actually, but Inos, after the events of yesterday, probably had to stay up a bit extra late to make sure accommodations were set in events just in case the Fairy Queen and her entourage decided to suddenly pop by.
Yeah, making sure the kitchen staff and the dining staff are prepared for a couple of extra seats. And while we have not, I haven't actually gone through steps of planning the finale feast.
But yes, we got to make sure that there is some
Too much,
appropriate.
unless you guys really want to play, unless you guys want to get real, hardball with your seating arrangements, we can probably find a relatively conventional seating arrangement to run for that. But you do got to make sure you got some extra seats now.
Dallas, tell Nicola not to talk about what?
The Fairy Queen being here.
Oh, no. No one said that. Like, her carriage just magically appeared in front of a whole bunch of fucking guys. We're not keeping that one. We're not keeping a lid on that one.
No. Those actually, I don't know how many guys you would have posted on guard on a day like this, but you have an honor guard of, guys with pole arms standing by the front gate. They're not really necessary because the front gate functions perfectly fine when it's closed anyway, but those guys all went home drinking tonight and told everybody about it.
Yeah, no, it's.
I would have also told the Lady Admiral in that case then, because like
I'm sure.
I don't want her to accidentally shoot someone.
We're not hiding it. It's their own fault if they screw something up. But
I mean, you
I'd
guys
rather
told the High
not
King, so
follow
yes,
him.
everybody knows psychic. Like, I don't.
yeah, we're not trying to hide it.
Leslok and Inos, there we go. They walked by Prince Alias as the Lord Cursor on the way. So like, yeah, everybody knows.
So I keep thinking just how he kind of snubbed like Prince Alias just because I'm like I'm so done already. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I got shit to do.
That's fair. He was checking. It's okay. He knows.
Oh, don't worry. There couldn't be anything bad happening from two people from our house snubbing him in one day.
And you didn't really snub him. He just walked
What?
by him. He was busy. He's like double checking.
Yeah.
No, I understand.
Oh, I mean,
no, I snubbed him. Kind of.
Not really.
Anyway,
I have no recollection of this. You're crazy. You're sick. The grapes.
No, I had lunch with his brother instead of him.
That's not a snub. You can't have lunch for everybody.
Okay.
It would have been a snub if you said, "Hey, Prince Alias, let's go have lunch," and then you didn't show up to your arrangement and then had and the lunch with Prince
Yeah.
Meneas.
Snub was
Anyway,
the
the
wrong
grapes
word.
are talking. Nobody cares. You go to the Privy Council. The Privy Council is probably being held in your normal House Council chambers in Logi. But again, the limit here is, and why we're trying to move this scene along, is because only Leslok, Inos, and Everhelm Faran are present. Logesh is no longer present because he quit the job, which let him be in these scenes.
I was about to say, Loth says good. That means he has to talk less.
But it also means it's harder to have him know things and be involved.
Yeah.
like you
Anyway.
wanted.
So I'm just strongly debating, No, excuse me?
Nice.
Smite him.
Definitely.
No, that was my reply to Axe.
I'm writing Logesh's name in the you burped into everybody's ears, bud. I'm writing Logesh's name in my death note.
I'm sorry.
Anyway. There's only two of you present. Everybody else is High Council members. As mentioned before, Lord Ferretti, not there. His brother Frederick, in. The Royal Chaplain, also not present. However, the Archbishop has been invited. He's here.
Cool.
We're doing an early kind of tone-setting meeting, so we're making sure we're nice and full up. The High Queen is here. She doesn't have to be, but can be. So she's present. And in addition to everybody else, Prince Menace is present, along with a couple of additional courtiers in the back. He's kind of hanging back and will mostly stay silent, though.
Sorry.
Nicola blows his nose.
That's a very big
So.
honk.
I can't
what do you
blow my
need?
nose quietly. It's just how my nostrils are.
He's got big sinuses.
I do. That's why they keep getting fucking infected.
All right. Okay.
We're just wearing filtration masks.
He's got 47.95. No. The king will start. Hell, everybody gets seated. You have your courtiers lined up. Inos, you and the extra ads probably either like wait in the waiting room or sit like in the benches at the back, kind of a thing. But you're there. You're hanging out.
Nope,
Sorry, that's me. Not a lull. That's me flexing my neck there for a second. Like I said, a little stiff. But the king, starts. He greets everybody, by name, blah, blah, blah. We're skipping a lot of those pleasantries. I assure you, there are many pleasantries.
I can't handle all these pleasantries.
That's why we're skipping them. Otherwise, we'd be here for another 10 minutes. So he, basically hopes, he phrases it specifically as, he hopes everyone had a joyous and productive spring. He's going to open the floor and have the peers, talk about their news and concerns of the realm. When they last left off, there were several issues being handled by the crown and the provinces. He, shuffles some papers, pulls up, reading spectacles to double check the fine print here. All right, we're definitely not looking at that. I'm gonna focus in on my bulleted list, and I'm not gonna look at the Discord chat for a hot second. They're doing something else over there, guys.
Precious delete. Just
he kind of shuffles his papers and says that he has an agenda in mind, and we will begin at the beginning. He turns first to the southern houses. So Marquess Espada steps up, stands up, adjusts his, very, very tightly pressed, well-tailored jacket. Very tight, very high collar. Actually, yeah, you would have ironing. It's not electric ironing, but you heat that shit up in the stove. But adjusts his pressed jacket and says, "Yes, thanks to the support of the High Queen," gestures at his sister, "I was able to sally forth with my elite lightning guard to the borders. We dispersed several camps of Keith bandits and some human outlaws with minimal casualties. The remainder fled into the desert as they always do. We have conducted summer exercises as normal, and I have retained a bulk of my force in Tempest despite the long journey to the north. Before I left," he, strokes his salt and pepper, well-trimmed, very pointy beard. "Well, as I departed, I did notice there were a large volume of unemployed mercenaries this season." Baronora takes his cue to stand up and, raises a ringed hand and says, "Yes, I believe I can explain, my good friend Marquess. As part of my ongoing arrangements with our hosts, House Logi, we have already begun to preemptively hire Norlish mercenaries to guard outgoing and incoming shipments. So unfortunately, your men in House Espada will be less in demand this year. But our remaining business prospects are mostly intact and flowing well. There have been the aforementioned, previously discussed shipping delays, but mostly things are flowing as they should. Our levels have decreased. The summer heat is very high after heavy rains in Keltacy, but this has not caused any major delays to shipping. It has unfortunately delayed my plans to begin working on the new gold deposits I discussed previously, Your Majesty. But it's nothing to worry about, Simple seasonal delays." He does not fight with that beard. Duke Verity takes this moment to interrupt the flow and says, "Yes, the seasonal storms have moved on south from our lands. It was previously quite some concern of this council of our rate of boats, but passengers and cargo shipping to and from Trone have resumed our normal rate of operation. The Observatoire has insisted to me that they have produced up-to-date navigational charts and refinements to their instrumentation. We are working closely with the Order of the Navigator." He, tips a nod to the Lady Admiral. "And they swear that the resulting sea charts will be accurate at least until the winter season, and hopefully further. But as winter's famine ends and summer and fall plenty begins, pilgrims and refugees are departing Trone, and my merchants have ceased their complaints about Ferretti flooding the markets. I can't ever possibly imagine how that occurred." Glances around the room. Since she was given a nod, Countess Marn will take this opportunity to speak. She, stands, also adjusts her, crisp Admiralty whites, and does say, nods to the Duke and says, "On the subject of our naval endeavors, we have indeed spotted a common set of symbols, of a pirate brotherhood," she does the air quotes, sailing out of the Blackport and the intervening reefs and islands. In the past few months, they have not made any major movements, but a few independent merchant ships appear to have been taken when they don't follow our naval escorts. The additional need for patrols is slowing the rate of trade proportionally, and I will regret to inform the Council that they are going to stay slowed this summer season, as it is the storm time in the south. And although there are northern passages, they are not well enough managed to run the entirety of Troika shipping. But as both the Countess Marin and the Lady Admiral, I have my best maintained ships and experienced captains on the waters in the stormy season, so things will be slow. Otherwise, output of goods is normal, and production of ship hulls is on schedule. You know, gestures to some papers that I'm sure various of you have copies of. You know, she kind of folds her arms and says, I admit, I do not know if the Pirate Brotherhood is organized or just playing pretend, as they say. We are waiting for additional intelligence. Some captured vessels or strung papers. Even just news of, you know, she shoots a nod to where Prince Alias is sitting. Even just some news back from some couriers in the friendly parts of the Cauldron would be nice.
Did we give her the stuff that we found?
Yeah, about this.
I'll relate it to the Pirate Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Oh, right, I forgot. Billy ended up not being...
if you guys want to bring up the Corsairs at any point, again, you may say that for the Fogvale because that is directly related, but that's
stuff.
That appears to be an entirely separate piratical organization. That's basically just like I guess lost colony would be the word of you know.
If I had one nickel for every pirate organization that formed and made trade terrible this winter, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice.
Well, you know, almost like there is a broader connected conspiracy. Lady Marin, though, after that comment, does take a time to turn to the Marquess and does say, however, since we're in a private setting, I do have a small bone to pick with our hosts. I've been informed that you've hired on a new captain. Oh, and she does not do the air quotes, but she puts that English on it. One Minona Naitana. If you don't know already, it should be noted that Naitana is considered a failed adept of the Order and left her house in disgrace. She should consider herself lucky she isn't a navigator or took the Navy oath, or I'd have to shoot her on the spot. But it does mean, as a courtesy, I have to insist. Are you quite certain you wish someone in your employ? And, of course, one might ask how she came to be here. If you don't remember, you can always ask me. Remember, I am an impartial judge.
We did. I believe we told her about...
No, we didn't.
No?
We didn't?
No.
Yeah, because she's connected to a lot of other things that happened.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, right, the kibosh. I only told 2 people.
Yes.
I'm trying to get something witty, but I can't. So I'm just like,
Well,
to be fair, none of those people I'm sure the king told anyway.
I mean, do you want to be witty?
Honestly, I would be somewhat evasive but brusque at this. She's basically saying, "Hey, tell me what's up with this woman, this woman that we kicked out," and you can just be like, "No."
I mean, you could just say she did a great favor to us because she technically did save our bacon.
I'm not going to insinuate that.
Well, like no, you can still say
why not?
You can you can insinuate like she did a favor to the house and her town, and you can insinuate we're not so picky, and we can insinuate that we're not so picky about our captains. After all, we do not have such a, illustrious maritime trade. Like I said, that's a little more.
Please don't make my life harder.
Make his life harder. Excuse you. The Baroness Marin is fucking picking fights here.
She picks fights with everybody.
Yeah, and
as another option, you can kick the can till the next meeting where you would be explaining how we came to meet her.
This is also true.
I guess I want to put it is that she has done us a favor, though that is a story for another time later.
Tomorrow, literally. Just say tomorrow.
Seems like it's 2 weeks. It's 2 days, but that seems like a good river cake. Go ahead and give me your charm plus graces. Will be nice. If you were actually going to try and say something pithy, I would make you roll jest.
No, that's fair. I'd be terrible at it because I've learned that that's just not good. I think that spontaneously saying the right thing.
He's going to practice.
That's why Nicola would just fling himself at her mercy. Because I have dice for that.
Plead.
Would height be better or like width?
That can't be your graces pool.
It's 4 plus master die.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has an MD,
wow.
but yeah, he doesn't have as many. It's very funny, but trust me, there are many other NPCs in this crowd who are just as run out there with the charm stat. I think for Grace's height is better.
Then I guess it's 2 4s. I rolled pretty low.
You did roll.
I guess it's 2 sets, but that doesn't matter.
No, she's not trying to gobble. That could come up, but for now, it's pretty normal. So she kind of you say something to the effect we discussed, and she raises a hand and says, "All right, very well, very well." She kind of glances around the room and kind of says, "What would yeah." Who would probably say something to when you say, that's a story for another time, she says something to the effect of what of that going around? Glances back and forth.
Just to say this to say this to everyone above the table, this is something I want to talk about after we have the conspiracy as an established topic.
What? I'm sorry.
I don't get what you.
I thought we were going to talk about it during the fog veil.
Yeah.
When she saved us? The whole reason we even met her?
Yeah.
No, don't just never mind. Explain it to them.
Yeah,
well,
sorry,
because
I
thought part of we kept her is also because of Fog, but also because she's connected to the witches, and also as a victim of them.
Well, yeah, but I'm sorry, this is I don't understand. You say above board. Who are you telling this? Are you telling this to the council? Are you telling this to us?
I'm saying it to you guys to understand my point.
We didn't need to understand your point.
Okay. You're speaking out of character.
And
Yes, sorry. I don't know exactly where he picked that up, but apparently that's what the cool kids these days are saying is above the table is out of character. I don't know why you can't just say out of character or in character, but
okay, that makes more sense knowing that it was out of character.
D&D videos were a mistake. I say as we're in a TTRPG video.
I say it because it's I guess because I'm used to it.
Of irony.
I guess because I have a weird thing where people say out of character, people get weird about it. But
I don't know those people. That's always been the classic, even back in the forum RP days, the IC OOC zone. Anyway, how are we doing? Okay, we're good. We're about 30 minutes. Anyway, she, as in Countess Marin, to be specific, winds that back in. And then, after that comment, the Lord Marshal, the Grand Duke, kind of, and, takes a nod from the High King and does stand and says, "Well, I suppose that is an appropriate time for me to step in. On the matter of other general criminal activity, the Crown Constables have not been receiving any more heavily reports than normal. Policing has been difficult this season due to the bad weather slowing roads and limiting our supplies, but the rainy season is passing in most of the northern half of Troy Crone. We have reports that basically all areas of Troy Crone have experienced some amount of banditry or highwaymen, though most, if not all, have been quashed by local forces or the Crown Constables. The Lord Marshal gives a nod of the head when he says this to both of the Marquesses.
Marquessi.
Marquesses.
Sorry.
I don't actually know what the because it's very French. I don't know what the plural of Marquess would be, but let's not.
It's technically I know it. I know the answer. It's Marquis. And I know this because it was in Assassin's Creed because you had to assassinate multiple Marquesses in Venice.
I like how you see.
Anyway,
never mind. I'm not gonna.
Anyway, yes. Now, with all that said, with our problems with the nation's problems of limited resources, poor shipping, and banditry, the number one activity against the King's laws this year so far has been all forms of smuggling, which, of course, the office of the Lord Marshal must ask the high houses to handle with all due adroitness. He, kind of puts his hands on the table and leans over, looks at everybody. Disruption of the public order through this smuggling is primarily in the opium and hashish trades, which, of course, primarily runs between the mare cages, the Islas, and Akunar. Looks downfield at those appropriate lords. Some of you will point out that there are hideouts in the technically neutral Lagartia, but while the lizardmen are a source of an export, they are not the majority of it, since they have no need for opium or hashish. Maybe they do lick poison frogs. There's some nasty stuff out there. That said, he sits. Duchess Cheval stands, as he said, well, if we are moving on to milieu. In the grassy, grain harvests are predicted or aiming to exceed projections. Herds are healthy. We did take some note of slightly more illness in both men and beasts due to the long winter, but production shouldn't be impacted. Smuggling of all kinds is my major issue, as the Grass Sea has quite a lot of coasts and land to govern, and my constables and men-at-arms are effectively at their limit. We have to rely on local sheriffs and levies to make up the work, and unfortunately, she nods to the Lord Marshal when she says this, if you go deep in the mare cages, or on the borders of what is now Marin territory near the Crocodile's Tail, those locals are notoriously more loyal to coin than honor. I expect, once I put the call in for the autumn taxes, I will have a surplus of criminals being arrested, but not before then. That said, she kind of strokes her chin and says, Southern trade is not our only concern. I have noted an increased number of reports that there are skimming from shipments of copper, tin, and iron from our limited holdings in the Medius foothills. I'm not exactly sure where that is being routed. But vast spaces do have call for many things, so we will continue to work. I'm just imagining Enos has his back turned to the meeting and is scribbling down the speech.
Yeah.
You're gonna hand him the index cards.
Yeah.
I mean that's real life politics, baby.
Yeah.
It makes me think of Veep, where it's literally her aide just whispers the speech into her right ear as she's doing it.
I mean, yeah, that happens in real life.
Yeah.
The index cards are probably a little more subtle. Lord Ferretti, Lord Frederick Ferretti, which is the Count's younger brother. I think I described him when they arrived last week.
I remember.
Like I said, he's a little, obviously he's a decent chunk younger than his brother. He's, kind of little broader, a little more, yeah, we could say we are being out of character. A little more jock-like than his more, fashionable and still kind of like silvered foxed brother. But Lord Frederick Freddy speaks up and says, "Well, as I am due here to report my Lord Brother's standings, on his authority and the reports of our adjacent lords, there's not much to report. Freeze was a little long this year, but that just means more wine and less fresh or preserved fruits. I'm sure nobody will mind. Summer and fall fashions are out. The flax harvest is coming in. Linen looks good. Cotton will be next. Everything is according to projections. No unseasonable disasters. Unfortunately, our attempts to produce higher volumes of silk are still experimental. That's mostly House Mulberry. But we're working along. Hold-ups in the ports have been cleared. Nods to Duke Verity. And of course, products have been moving ahead of the tax season to both Norlon and Trone, and we, our sailors, have no concerns with piracy. At least none that have been reported to me. Now, I have been told to say that the woodcutters have advised my lord brother, and so he has advised me, that almost all of this year's trees cuttings are spoken for already, with all corners, he, kind of gestures around to the room, working on roads, constructions, and shipbuilding. Any additional demand for lumber will have to be met with our reserves, or with lower quality cuttings. And our reserves are not particularly flush. The heavy rains did spoil some improperly stored and treated logs and lumber. But so long as things maintain at the current rate of demand, we'll be just fine. I've got reports from Lord Woodwoes, who is present if you needed to hear it from his mouth, that there have been no higher than normal reports of monstrum population, but due to the longer winter, our attempt to cull them was slower than normal. Unfortunately, we've also enforced seen our fair share of accidents with the locals, as, well, several entrepreneurial parties have been attempting to corner a market in spider silk unnecessarily. It has not yet resulted in a economically viable situation. Now, if anyone's interested in byproducts of, God, would he even say? I don't think he'd say chitin. Probably spider shell or spider venom. I'm certain that we can find some of that lying around. But that is how it is. He kind of resumes his seat. The High King will nod towards the Norland side of the table. Countess A will, on the monster report, take a stand. She is the Lady Warden.
Uh-huh.
And does say that, general reports are not more frequent or higher density of monstrum. But, as Lord Ferretti says, the seasonal cleansings have been slower this year. In Crag, the spring rains have damaged additional roads and passes, some of which may not be cleared before winter. But the people of Crag are hearty, and many of our outlying villages are self-sufficient. I have enlisted additional mountaineers and the mountain kin to aid isolated villages. But this does work as a salient point, that as your Lady Warden, our rangers have been afield and handling many reports of poaching, illegal foraging, and other abuses of public land. While, she gestures to the Grand Duke, while the Lord Marshal says that he has not been receiving extra reports, the rangers have been fielding additional of these cases. None of them have yet caused any impact to the crown, but if such efforts continue, this could undermine discipline in the public order. And this, of course, leaves that this was literally in my notes that technically Leslok could jump in any time, but you are now the last guy who hasn't gone. So, all
right then, let's.
Somebody coughs in the back.
That's how meetings do.
Yeah. I guess Leslok will stand up, or I guess was saying when they did their part. Right? Yeah. Leslok will stand up. He will go through. He will go through the events of the year. I guess just to go off, to spring off what Pripti said, we'll start with how we were handling the monstrum and how there's been a rise in them, but we are also planning to conduct a large-scale hunt, deal with it as we've been culling them. On, let's see. Right. As to go with the larger monstrum, there's also been a longer winter, which means we were having a struggle with food, but thanks to a loan from Aren Boro and also our deals with Cheval already, we should be okay. Or we are, as planned, able to make through.
Increasing your reserves, yes.
And then other things we've been having dealing with a weird effect of criminal activity in the country, which we have dealt with. We dealt with a local bandit group. We then dealt with a longer-term actual smuggling ring within like the south end of the area, and then we dealt with we then actually dealt with the band of Bloody Brad.
Yep. I believe the story of how exactly you did that is not public, but you guys did percolate. I believe that you took care of that one.
Yeah, we did actually send that one to the Admiralty.
So yes, there's
he puts his head on his steak.
He doesn't have a head anymore. he got hit by Beast Slayer.
Yep.
Was that a 5-wit to his dome?
Something like that, yeah.
I think you broke his spine as well at some parts there.
Yeah, no, we were gonna take his head. We're like, no, we'll just take his fucking flag. He doesn't have a head. It got splat.
You took his colors, so you've got the proof. You sunk his boat. Anyway, sorry, I was just reading the chat.
I think the other points to come up aren't going, because I think that comes with like other topics later, so I don't think that's to bring up.
Yeah. No, I mean, basically you take advantage of the fact that you were the king started in the south and slowly meandered north to basically be like, you correlate the reports of everybody, but do say, we've handled it. Actually, I mean, I don't know. Other than your ongoing ley line discussion, as an out of character question, do you guys? Sorry, I get real spooked whenever I accidentally bump my mic cable. I should probably find a more secure way of setting it.
Like a fastener or some tape.
I mean, I guess, tape it to the front of my desk. I don't know where I'd have to play with this. I wouldn't want to fasten it into this poor old desk. This thing's been around for a bajillion years. Anyway, what I was gonna say was, I should also gesture less. You guys can't see it anyway. But I don't know if you guys have any, like, would you say you have any province-wide concerns you would want to bring up to the High King? Like, this would be the time to do it, but I genuinely don't know what, if anything, you guys.
I don't think anything on the mundane side, because it's like,
well, like
we're gonna.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, no. Finish your thought, X.
Because it's like, I think about the Ivory Raiders, but that's a thing for like, that's not really a discouragement of the king, because we have a plan for that already in the works.
No, like, honestly, X, like, we're pretty on top of stuff. We've been improving our ability, we've been improving our stats across the board. So no, things have just been looking up, and we've been dealing with threats as they come up. Our biggest concern, genuinely and continually, is the Fog Veil and the Ivory Raiders.
And we have a specific time for that to be discussed. So
I have one other concern, but I don't know if we want to bring it up to the council as a whole.
Well, let's not hear.
What concern, Dallas?
How the hell did Bloody Brad know when we were leaving?
Well, that's the power of the Deep Dark Syndicate.
Yes, and while we have told the king about the sub syndicate in private, and I do believe he said, let's keep that on the down low for right now, that there might be, a nationwide conspiracy.
Okay, so we'll leave it on his. We'll wait for his authority to bring it up.
Yes.
Gotcha.
The one thing we might bring up is, like, we were intending to kind of expand our navy to help with, like, to deal with, like, some of the piracy in this part of the waters, but I don't know if we need to bring that up.
That's a discussion with the Baroness about.
The last time that got talked about with the High King, the king suggested, Leslok.
Okay.
powwow with the Lady Admiral to talk about like adding a naval fort and maybe some other naval assets in your neighborhood to make.
Leslok is probably doing that to like later today or tomorrow, depending.
Well, we might have to delay that if the wood supply isn't good right now. So,
well,
but anyway, I will make our boats out of orichalcum.
That was the only thing I could think of to add.
We can make iron signs.
I mean, that's the main thing is that's if you want to source from fine timbers.
We can use shitty wood. It floats. As long as the craftsmanship is good, the material can be.
I will say, like, as out of it, I won't make Leslok or Inos roll this, but you guys are both present at the meeting. Leslok, you were present at the last version of this meeting, where there are several of these subjects are bringing up things that were brought up there. The general vibe you get is that the realm is a little healthier off than it was maybe in the spring. Everybody had a long winter season at kind of the big first of spring assembly you had. So everybody was kind of recovering from that in their own way. There were a few smaller matters that were of irk, but it does seem like your guys' operation to kind of like not siphon, but reroute some of that like extra goods coming out of Forrester, kind of like unclogged some of the apparatus in Trone, and so everything flowed pretty well. There are kind of like travel delays across the board because, like I said, if you go into the Southern Ocean, it's the summer storm season. It rains and swells a lot, and the way the Lady Admiral phrased it was that she's only, using her best boats and most experienced captains right now. But otherwise, the volume is pretty good, so things are looking up. The general vibe you would probably get is that while the realm is not yet quite stretched thin, you are probably at the maximum comfortable occupying or operating capacity of the kingdom as a whole. Like, without doing something to incentivize, hiring a shitload of crown constables or something, or, activating levies, like if the king requested, additional levied forces from the high houses, sort of a thing. That the crown is probably operating at about as much manpower and throughput as it can before you have to start, calling for extra resources or cutting corners. You're at the comfortable level, but operations can't be expanded without getting uncomfortable. So, things are functioning, but could be a little chaotic. If there is nothing else on the subject, though, that Leslok wants to pitch.
No, because I think everything else is going to come up at a different time we've already pre-planned for a different day.
Right. Then let us go for the High King is like, all right, very well. I'm glad to find you all in good standing and make sure that everything seems to be, if not downright pleasant, quite functional. Then let us turn to my next matter for our first council. Follow up on the discussion we last had when we were all together. He glances around the room, knowing that technically not everybody was there. And says, let us discuss our previous agenda on the various kindred tribes. King kind of pauses as Duke Verity raises a hand, and he does nod and say that, yes, Your Majesty, I am sure that while the Royal Chaplain has discussed it with you already, I was cautioned again by the Pontifex before departing that he would like the office of the Crown to maintain piety and diligence, which is, of course, his way of saying caution in related to any projects with the kindred. While positive relations are quite important, at this time, the Church wants to avoid any appearance of undue influence on kindred land, and, of course, that undue influence in turn on the affairs of men should be avoided. And the Pontifex also continues to make talk of making sure that the high houses are cooperative with his inquisitors. I did make sure to note that the new Marquess Logi has been exceptionally cooperative on that front, and other houses less so. He glances around the room. Inos, Leslok, make me your pick. Sight or empathy rolls.
Empathy, let's go.
Was I around the actually no empathy.
Force.
No, they're actually the same pool. They're literally the same for me, so I think I'll do sight.
Oh. Funny. Fours? Okay,
They're both three. Both three for me.
Damn.
All right. You spot that as you know the Duke Verity glances around the room. It's the houses who are being considered less cooperative is Marin, Espada, and Ferretti.
I am not shocked.
This only feels like a 5% new knowledge.
Well, it's good to have confirmation. I mean, also there it's like it would appear that the office of the Pontifex is pleasantly surprised that Teine is considered a cooperative department now.
I'm not surprised Spada would have any reason.
Have not been. We've talked about this before. The Silver Tower generally considers themselves to be, self-policing. You should assume that Marin, Espada, and Ferretti also feel that way.
I wonder, actually. Well, I guess we were pretty welcoming to the new Archbishop, and we did be like, "Hey, Inquisition, please come check out this
Yes,
personal matter.
You have been welcoming to the Archbishop. You've worked very closely with your new Archbishop, and as you did point out, you were at the forefront of at least one inquisitorial investigation where you were, completely open and
proactive.
Quite frankly, yes, you were proactive, and also, quite frankly, you tried very minimally to swing that thing for clout. That really was just you tried to be open and honest in order to prevent any misunderstanding or politicization of whatever's going on with Alestra.
Yes.
Yeah, for her own sake too.
Yeah, I mean I think that's why you did it, is because otherwise Nicola would actually have to start punching you, as opposed to the 99 times Dallas has threatened to have Nicola start punching people.
I think a lot of it is not necessarily that we've been particularly helpful. I mean, we have been, but it's more just we haven't been obstructionist. He did say surprisingly. He did say surprisingly.
It's a thing of also. It's the church is not just Hydra. It's also for next the other 7. So
they're out there, but this is what I mean. I know Inos has knowledge religion. I don't think I need to have you guys roll it. Hey, the reason why Marin, now that you've caught it, the reason why Marin, Espada, and Ferretti are all singled out is those are the cultures that have religious orders that are notoriously insular and self-managing. The Veilers, the Order of the Veil, the Order of the Navigator, and the Order of the Adamant Gate, who are considered to be way more shifty and self-policing than the alchemical colleges.
And that's why, because we have the Silver Tower, which I don't think we're necessarily insular, because we're the fucking party tower, quote unquote. But
college.
But we kind of take care of ourselves.
I feel like the Silver Tower is probably definitely in the middle of those organizations in terms of isolationism. I gotta imagine that Adamant Gate is the most isolationist.
They are extra secretive compared to the Alchemical College. Yes, the Veiler and the Navigator are much more in the managing things on their own. But that's you have an attuned Veiler with you. You know that he has that thing where he literally sets off everybody with an eerie sense. Yeah, he's
my eyes are
weird.
I think my eyes are also of a different chromatic spectrum.
No, I hope you know I was saying it with a Y.
Yes, you have special eyes.
Also true. But yeah, so basically, normally if there's been inquisitorial inquiries, and I know that sounds redundant, but it's not. The one of those had a capital letter. If there is inquisitorial efforts in Teine, normally I don't want to say that the Order of the Silver Tower sandbags, but they probably go, don't worry about it. We'll take care of that. Hey, have you tried our famous mead anyway? And, give them a very polite runaround. Remember, Graces is a charm skill.
Yeah.
Enchanters can be very polite when needed.
Yeah. It's the same reason that even though I don't have any specialization in... Well, actually, I technically do have one in Veilcraft now. But Even though I was a failed Veiler, I still had Nicola has always had a good charm.
Enchanter.
Sorry, Felt Enchanter.
Soul crafting. It's okay.
Soul crafting.
We started a theme where we put a
Blame the grapes.
I'm still like only one of the only like. Never.
Anyway, so yeah, Verity goes through that whole speech. I did mention, the Archbishop was there, and he kind of like, chuckles to himself and says, I found the Marquess Logi most cooperative, most helpful in my new position. I think everything will be perfectly fine. Kind of, rubs his spectacles and says, "Don't know what old Marius is worried about."
I multitasked by visiting that guy like 4 different times. It was fun.
It's true. But yes, the king steps in, and this time we go in reverse order, which is he will actually, because you're already present sitting in the meeting, will rotate to Logi and to Inos to talk about the Iron Demons. At the moment, to remind you, to keep everybody caught up, you guys know that a delegation has been assembled. The Prince of Treachery has picked somebody, and there's been some additional advisors there. They are waiting in the wings. You currently have them planned to discuss the business with the High King later at the end of Summer Court.
Mm-hmm.
So I have not brought up those people, but do know that
we also do have a chef
in my thoughts and runs.
Erdine, I think, is going to try and hitch a ride back to Lamb Clear on the way back, but she's not actually part of the delegation.
She's just more here to study cooking.
Yeah.
So you.
I imagine we've had to have a show at least once before she leaves.
You have your lineup prepared, but they're waiting to have your meeting in Drisborough. Technically, you could move this up during the fair week. There will be Iron Demon merchants and tradesmen coming through. But however you want to report on that to the High King.
Inos will stand and speak on the subjects, basically speaking that this has been a subject of some interest among the Iron Demons, and that the Prince of Treachery is quite eager to see this through. There has been a few concerns about honor guard and whatnot, but to avoid crowding the High King and the Summer Court, they have elected to arrive in the last week of the delegation. Inos will mention that, if need be, we can push up that date. If need arises, as need arises, like I said, the delegation is ready.
Here's my blurb about who's in your delegator.
Okay, and Inos will basically explain the what the delegation consists of.
I'll because you are a character doing this, I will ask you, Inos, do you have a preferred outcome? Would you prefer sooner or later, or are you neutral? If you have a preferred outcome, I can have you make a roll to make sure that it comes to pass. Otherwise, I
want to
decide what the High King feels like.
Sorry, give me a moment. Do I want them to arrive sooner rather than later? Actually, let me look at the calendar real quick, too.
Yep.
Let's see.
Also, this is why, compressed silence exists, so.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Two for this.
I think Inos would rather have them arrive sooner rather than later. I think we kind of settled on the hot springs because that would be multiple birds with one stone. But if they could arrive earlier and probably, be involved probably more in the Curia Regises and whatnot, And probably be easier if we had to make any adjustments of what the High King needed, or like maybe they needed more guards or less guards or something to be easier to deal with instead of trying to get everything done at the last fucking minute. As thing. So Inos will say, well, yes, because Inos will mention that the delegation wasn't quite sure of what the needs were, so they have sent several people. It'll be good for them to get in early to more discuss what will be asked of them. In this new position.
Then that should be charm plus fascinate.
Let
me actually check the freezing on.
Oh, okay.
That's a set of 4s.
Double 5s.
Is it 5s? Oh no, it is a set of 5s. Excuse me.
Yep.
Well, hey, guess what? You're beauty
They're
free,
tens.
so it becomes 10.
Yeah.
But yes, no. All right. The High King kind of, muses this, strokes his well-trimmed beard, and says, "Yes, let us then assemble. I believe that the what have you called it? The fair, that shall be a solid time for many exchanges of cultures and technology.
Okay.
We'll arrange that then to be to speak perhaps on the curia of that day. Yes. Gestures. Scribes frantically scribble.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Does Inos have anything else he wants to add in the Iron Demon commentary, or are we good to move on?
In the Iron Demon commentary, no, not right now.
Right. And we'll move logical and bounce once again back down towards Eich. The Eich, stands up and says, "I have brought some mountainkin with me. Admittedly, we can only speak to their general disposition, but the clan of the Aether of the Shadow Rock goes back to the time of Eich Iceheart. They were impressed with her dedication, focus, and mettle. The mountainkin, see it possible to contribute as both friends and allies to the houses, but mostly operate in geographic proximity. The Herotsrang, the clan of the Herots, are considered leaders in faith and wisdom. As a reminder," she glances mostly around at the other members sitting on the council, "the mountainkin do not have leaders, nobles, the same way that ourselves or even other kindred do. They are decentralized. The clan Herod is the most respected for keeping their knowledge of the mountainkin's history and culture. They could probably be consulted to send a representative. I have been slowly reaching out, but we can make sure that there is one available." The king kind of nods along. All right.
It's nodding.
Next bullet. Baron Aura will speak up next and say, "Yes, they have a statement about the Desert Kith. As we sit here, it is high summer back in Keltasine. The elders of the 29 Kiths will be having a meeting to discuss the matters befitting all of their tribes. I have representatives present at this meeting, and I am certain that our business will be brought to them. Unfortunately, as the way of things, it is unlikely that their decision on sending a representative to the capital will make their way back to you, Your Majesty, before autumn, at least. But I have been assured that while we are having our meeting here, they are having a similar one in their lands, and it is being discussed. Now, I believe that would mean that the room is still open to discuss the matter of the lizard, then?" He will nod towards Ladies Cheval and Marin. My merchantmen are in discussion with several of their tribes and settlements, as I know others are. But there are no tribes that possess a singularly exceptionally large influence or scale, so picking a specific representative will be difficult. We may be able to create a small council or alliance of tribes, to speak to your majesty, but if the plan is a singular teacher, advisor, diplomat, a wise in the way of their culture, that will need some further development. King kind of, nods along. Then let us speak about the matter of the Harpuya. I believe I have some guests who are present to speak on this. So, invited in now. Show up 3 of the Harpuya. 1, you guys know, I won't make you roll, especially because Leslok has magical powers of remembering. Number 1 is
they're actually not magical. It's a funny thing.
Well, not magical, but they are
miraculous,
borderline supernatural. Because I don't actually think in real life you just spend XP to train in making sure you remember everybody's face.
Yeah,
you can practice certain mnemonics, but
out of 7 billion people, there are 7 with eidetic memory.
Fair. It's funny. This
it's
is literally
just
the first
plenty
point,
of people.
The first point I played is Jill Batsgate. It's
wait, the real world has experience? Why haven't I ever heard this?
Yeah, you just put your 10,000 hours in something. But it's Akipati. You met her before during your hunting business.
Mm.
And actually, do I have a? Let me double check if I have a physical description of her written down in my Dramatis, or if I just put that in the text block. If I just typed it when you guys met her in the mountain.
I sometimes just have it as like Leslok has a thing where everyone's names and like their titles are like right above their heads, and Leslok just has that's the excuse that Leslok just has memory powers.
So you have MMO vision.
It's a good. Yeah, I'm about to say it's a good visual cue. Okay, no, I do not have a description written down in my Dramatis, so.
So it's just like when there's people you don't know, it's always like question marks or like their name is the description instead of actually their name.
I believe that I did describe her though as darkly plumed. Yes. So. Nope, that was too far. Sorry, I scrolled too far in my notes. That's after this. That's people want to have meetings.
Meetings.
Okay. Akipati, appears. She introduces herself. She does give Leslok and Inos, a nod of her feathered head. Yeah. She says that she is here to represent Aren a Reverie, who is considered a queen among the Harpuya. She has an extended family who controls, depending on who you ask, 3 or 4 roosts in kind of a mutual defense pact. And, she continued, Akipati goes through all this thing and gives greetings to the High King and says, she mentions that Irene's extended family, she has several of her younger sisters and daughters have joined the Crown Auxilia. So, from her, Akipati it basically says, that her mother, Irene, believes that a positive relationship with the humans is possible and preferable. And the sharing of her opinions grows steadily. The next one you're introduced to, actually, that means I probably gotta throw people in the Dramatis for this. Because the other 2 Harpuya are new to you. So let's grab. This one. Throw that in the bottom there. You are introduced to 1 Sirocco. She, as a Harpuya, is... Find that description. Yes. She is, again, kind of like, a lot of the Harpuya, well, they are, as mentioned, they're not they're not big on wearing extra loads and loads of layers of clothing, even in the high mountains. So, she's kind of tanned, wearing, various collections of leather strap gear, flying harness, etc. She's got kind of what would it be, like deep, like a very dark red plumage to black at certain areas, but becoming more visibly kind of almost cardinal red at like the tips. In that way that birds is.
Bird.
She, very politely, talons to chest, bows head, etc., and brings up that yes, she represents her mother, Sycorax Furia. Who has taken command of an alliance of 12 roosts known as the Dodecafolia.
Dodeca?
Hers is known essentially as the Blazing Wind. We are... What would be... Sorry, new NPCs. Got to get the feel for the lines. How would she phrase Sycorax Furia's opinion here?
And Megan needs to understand the words.
Well, we're introducing new things and new vibes. We're setting up the thing there. Yeah, she basically would put forward that sorry, I'm deciding how catty she wants to be. She would probably throw a little shade at Occupity. And she makes sure to emphasize the 12 over, as I said before, Irene Reverie is, only like 4 roosts, with the central one being Tekithra you've heard of before. It is explained that the Dodecafolia is more the, like, less out of the crownish border and more on the grassy type border. But, she says, of course, that, despite her great strength and the broad span of her wings, my lady mother, the Queen Sycorax Furia, has no interest in conflict with the humankin.
Human?
You're lucky.
Human.
She'd rip your throat out. Yeah, she's not a human. She has wings and talons. And does that, like, I'm trying not to, like, turn it into, like, a caricature here, but you definitely get the grasp at her, or get the impression that her grasp of Crownish is a little looser than some other people you've met. But yes, she says that, Sycorax is very mighty, but she has no interest in war with humans. We simply grow our influence in a appropriate time. The third, though, is a rare case. Where this is the first case where you've met a male Harpuya. He is introduced as Phaedon Goldenplume. Hello, friends. I am Phaedon Goldenplume. This is my voice. I am literally quite golden. Because, yes, his feathered plumage is, like, very bright, like, golden yellow or maybe even a little greenish around the fringes. Like, he is very brightly colored, very tanned. He is not wearing a shirt and probably has, like, some kind of, like, simple wrap or mantle thrown over his shoulders. And he is just like, listen, I represent a loosely aligned group of males. We are the Brotherhood of Jekyll Canyon. We are smaller in population. We make no effort about the business the ladies have on the Milieu Island. We are just minding our own business, But we would love to get better representation and to get recognition of our aerial travel routes. As you know, it can be a very, very long trek back to the middle. Most males live in the canyons and tablelands of Celtasea, or even among the stone shoals. Once we even dwelled upon what you now call the Lost Continent. Unfortunately, it's very dusty and salty there now, not suitable for much. But you know, we are always willing to speak. Yes. You don't know how this Birdman has shiny enough teeth to do the fucking signature teeth sparkle, but he does. So yeah, the High King kind of takes this all in mind and kind of just nods along. The Alias, I should say. I was going to say the Lord Cursor, but I'm like, you know who that guy is. Alias as the Lord Cursor, works often with the Auxilia. And kind of, takes their lessons in stride and goes, about it. I did not actually run these guys up stats, but I think, do Harpuya get beauty for free?
Yeah, they get beauty 1 for free.
Yeah, so they're at least beauty 1. Phaidon's probably a 2. He's extra shiny.
Yeah, so that's what I figured.
Look at me. I look great. Phaidon Golden Plume. Nice to meet you. Shake my hand. His hand is full of talons.
Huh.
It's a prank. I'll put you a prank. Actually, let me go ahead.
I shake his hand and don't. I shake his hand and don't flinch.
Well, you're not
It's just a prank, bro.
You've got the special one. Let me throw these guys in the Dramatis because we'll give them the level here. So, let's see. Soroko got in. Let me make sure. Did I update this to have Occupity's age? Yeah, I did not add that before. I will put it. It's not a secret.
You mentioned the teeth shine. I can't find the Hildebrand smile gif. This offends me.
And since they were mentioned, let's add a couple of the bigger ladies here. So there you go. You've got some ages, titles, and descriptions of some of those guys hanging around. So yes, Lady Irene Reverie is known as Reverie because she is her subtitled as the Thoughtful One. And Psychodex Furia is known as the Night Hunter.
Night Hunter, uh-oh.
No, just
Aren, you stole it from me. I was going to say it's better than Haunter, honestly.
Not yet.
I'm supposed to haunt people's skin.
And to keep everybody in mind, because I did keep this up, Harpuya do not have surnames or family names. Usually their more senior members get epithets or other, appellations there, and nicknames. Hence, of course, our boy Phaidon Golden Plume. We move then next to the Myr. Lady Marin yields her time basically to Darya Korb, who steps up. He mentions that he is the head of the Animoy of Nutus. They represent the South Wind, one of the 8 winds, which are kind of the governing circles, councils, in other words, departments of the Order of the Navigator. The South Wind are specifically the part of the Order that deal with the merfolk and their ways and that relationship to anima, wind witchery. Darya brings up, we are always in communication with our friends beneath the waves. We have several methods of tried and true communication. At the request of House Logi, I have brushed up on my methods of communication for everyone. Me and my comrades have not spoken directly to the Conch King. We, out of courtesy, do not chart the exact location of the Myr capital. It is some leagues from Port Liberty. But we have been in contact with the Council of Currents, which is their term for a position very similar to this very sovereign council. They are amenable to the idea of a more permanent ambassador and counselor to be closer to our king in turn, as they have, as I said, several methods of communication. However, they will need, of course, concessions to be made for habitation. The merfolk cannot be out of water, fresh or salt, for extended periods, or they find it very unpleasant and eventually lethal. I've spoken to Lady Marlin about it, and she has assured me that she is prepared to perform the necessary remodelings to the naval arsenal in the Crown Port. But as I said, we will need to make time and approval for such methods. The High King, nods and gestures to Lady Mara and says, Lady Admiral, you have all due authorization to proceed. On that matter, we shall continue to convene about it. And then says, the High King kind of glances at Lord Ferretti and says, then on the subject of the fairies, and Lord Ferretti holds up both hands and says, "Oi, I was all right. I am not in her Majesty's council on this matter. I was told that, of course, we've got representatives coming, but it is not our fullest matter." And the High King kind of just nods and says, "Very well. I shall invite the Queen of the Fairies to speak for herself on this matter." She just kind of
Appears.
stands up, steps in like she was here the whole time. You're pretty sure she wasn't here the whole time, but that's how she walks in. She, very esteemed bow and says, "Thank you, Your Majesty."
My mic didn't pick up me
And,
laughing, but I was.
There's a little bit of chuckle there. I heard it. She, takes a bow and addresses the room and says, "As some of you know, we of the Forest Fae take particular interest in our cousins in your house, Ferretti. They occupy the lands near our sanctuaries in the Mund, are descended from mine own kin. By the way of Corydon, the Prince of Meadows and Shepherds. Dear Corydon. Now, I make no claims to the lands of men. And the affairs between the houses of men, as so on, are of no concern to us. But I do have a duty to govern the country of Fairy in the name of the Wood Lord, and to safeguard the Vale. So we have a vested interest in maintaining our good relationship. To this end, of course, I would like to bring forth my newly appointed Knight of Fraternity. If you will recall, the previous Knight of Fraternity was the one that she punched yesterday.
Oh,
yeah. He got fucking murked.
I'm just going to say nothing about that.
Well, to remind everybody, there was stupidness out there, like I said, but the way that conversation went was that she checked with good Sir Robin, which one that was, and then when speaking of getting a replacement, she said, "You know who I have in mind." Well, apparently who she had in mind is her newly appointed Knight of Fraternity, Cambine Helianth. That means Cambine of the Sunflowers. Ruler of the Syrian Manor, Lady of High Noon. I believe she will do for this position. So in steps next a she of particular grace and bearings, despite her kind of, dusky tanned skin tone, you might say. I've mentioned before that you can technically say light elf or dark elf, but it doesn't really mean anything to the fairies. Just they do have differing skin tones. But she has, great curling golden locks. A bright temperament, big smile that steps in. She, comes in, deep bow. Lady Cambine explains that she has managed a fairy fort on the borders of the Crown Domain for approximately 200 years since her last posting. And I shall do my utmost to convey messages to and fro, and to advise the Sun Throne on the desires of my queen. Bow. I did a mock bow that I realized as I did it was very close to dabbing with the way I put myself. I didn't put my one hand at my head level. It was at heart level, but I was like, wow, I got to watch that. But yes, like I said, big, golden curls of hair, very striking with her darker skin tone. Big golden eyes. And so she, bows and is introduced and basically I don't want to spend too long lingering at this, but there probably is a decent amount of discussion. But basically, she ends up as the ambassador right away. Like the fairy queen just rolls up and says, "Yeah, I picked this one. She's great." And the High King has enough gravitas to be like, yes, exactly as planned, of course. This is exactly what I wanted. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So let me also go ahead and throw that one in there as well in the forest phase zone. So that's going to be... yeah, she's on the summer side, so that's... Also, by the way, I phrased this as, saying that she's, a Cambion of the Sunflowers. You understand that that's what the meaning of her name is. I would like to remind everybody that sunflowers are not a native plant to Troikaron. Those are a New World species. So you guys wouldn't know what the hell a sunflower is other than as apparently a metaphor.
All flowers like sun?
I do like the sun. So let me make sure we're jotting that down.
He also says she's the new Knight of Fraternity, correct?
Yes. There we go. Sorry, accidentally. I accidentally closed my bookmarks bar by fat fingering my buttons.
Well, the finger is fat.
But yes, so as a comparison of her titles, she is considered the Lady of High Noon. Which seems like a pretty cool position. Oh, and actually, I should say I did not put that in my... I didn't put that in my official description earlier, but I should add it to the guys that, yeah, she's Summer Court.
I hope you know you've just given her a cowboy hat in my head.
Yeah.
It's high.
I won the world.
But yes, that's her. Knight of Fraternity, all that other stuff.
Okie doke.
This Court of Summer. Not sure how that didn't get transposed, but yeah, okay. And that is basically everything at the Privy Council. If there's nothing else on those points you wanna run through, but we're punching on some things. Basically, So to recap, Iron Demon Ambassador probably in the can, in the tank, ready to go, but you've got to finalize that, so you're going to scooch that meeting up so that it can be worked on sooner and finalized. Fae Ambassador locked in. Again, one of the reasons why the Fairy Queen showed up is that it showed that she could do this exact trick, this exact move, and be like, oh yes, why, I've already thought of it. Here's the ambassador I prepared earlier.
Just not mention that there was one before that that got fucking thunderclapped.
Yeah, the Harpuya are kind of in an impasse, similar to the... You haven't really made any headway with Lizardmen because they don't have a unified government. The Mountain Kin are kind of similar, but they at least have a particular A-tier, a particular clan who are kind of respected as, teachers and stewards of history. So they can probably be found to provide some sort of teacher or advisor on their culture. Lizardmen still loosey-goosey. The Kith have not picked an ambassador, but hopefully they will pick one after they have a big circle meeting. It's just going to be, months before I almost said the daisy chain. No, before the grapevine, before that pipes on down to the High King. The Mer are amenable to the matter, but they need to make sure that their whatchamacallit, their physical needs are met ahead of time, because they don't want to pick an ambassador and send them in and then have everybody make the arrangements. And the Harpuya are in a similar way to the Lizardmen and the Mountain Kin, where they do not actually have a firmly established hierarchy of order. What you guys seem to have found is, without making any additional rolls or making any additional information gathering, is that there may be, power players in that
Kidding.
discussion of the hierarchy among Harpuya.
Yeah.
So, a question on that, Omega. Is there like a single Mer King?
Yes.
Or like Queen?
All right. I like how Loth is like, I don't want to speak, my teeth hurt. Let me make a Murloc noise, though. That'll contribute to this discussion.
Ow.
So my teeth are feeling better. It was just that moment where I'm like literally hunched over the sink going, so everything's all good.
I hate when that happens.
Well, we should talk to somebody about that, but if it's getting better, then hopefully you're...
I did. I'm getting an appointment sorted.
Yeah. No, I figured I mention that medical stuff out loud.
So there is a Mer King or Queen.
The Conch King is
the Conch King.
Okay, so it's Namor. So I will here to refer to him as Namor then? Got it.
God. The ground swallows up Nicola.
I'm about to say.
Would you prefer?
Yo, I prefer you call him the Conch King, Dallas. Stop making jokes and let us continue. This is actually upsetting me.
Lucky's out here dying with his cough syrup, and he's like, "Can we be for real?" The Conch King and the Council of Currents, they have special nouns. Again, the others do not have special nouns, so you may want to keep that in mind, like I said. Yes, that was all the groups in my bullet points. And that is basically going to wrap up the Privy Council, like I said, unless you guys have anything to broach about it. I
can't think of anything immediately, so I'm fine.
Jot all this stuff down and, adjourn and be like, all right, cool, I'll see you guys for the Curia Regis in a few hours. Bye. I do have a, big list of things to, slot in, a bunch of different, meetings, moments, and kind of interstitials with characters. But I don't know if you guys want to go ahead and take those now, or if you want to just go ahead and hammer out the Curia, because that's a scene that actually all of you can be in. So some of you don't have to sit in the back and popcorn.
Yeah, I think doing the Curia next would probably be best, so we can all be in the scene.
The Curia will not be as long a scene as the Council because it's all public business, but you guys can all file in, probably in, once again, your big, great hall in Houston. Big fire, big benches. Got a lot of people packed in. All of your various, all of yourselves, obviously, but also House of Logi's various, banner lords and representatives will be there in some manner. Quite a lot of people filtered in. So, I am kind of, running this off the cuff, but you've had plenty of time to think about it, It's still fairly uneventful. There's a lot of boring bureaucratic work. As usual, the king pops up to make a lot of announcements of law and funding, discuss the petitions for crown. I think I even put in my notes here, just some stuff of, I think I did type this, but if I didn't, or if you guys don't remember, I even said that technically I should probably come up with some cool legal matters for you to petition the king about, but nothing actually interesting came to mind, so I was just we can assume it happens. But there is the moment of just we talk about if there's any proposals for accessing the crown's funds or lands in Norlon, you guys can support it or not. You can work through that. If you guys had already discussed the a naval arsenal thing, you could go there, but we haven't, so we're not. We'll save that for a future meeting, probably at a Curia. The general discussion of crown funds, we talk about the upcoming tax season. That will be in autumn. The kings make sure to discuss, the general, would it be tone, I guess, the general, scope of alms for the poor. Lots of other general dispensation of crown funds. the king and the lady magister make sure to bring up that on the subject of royal patronage, they will be keeping an eye out for artisans, tradesmen, and technology to sponsor during the upcoming fair, since the Marquess Logi has been so kind as to, collect these artisans in one place. Sort of a thing. Yes. I do have in my notes that the king will announce several dispensations of the king's law or the king's mercy. He's not going to hear any new cases on the first day, but basically, like, the Lord Marshal might drop a line to you ahead of time that you could curate a few, which might be good for the king to weigh on. But like I said, that is just kind of a standard operating business. Also, sorry, I tab back over to Discord and it's frozen. Don't know why you do that, Discord. I love when I'm just standing here existing and things start not responding. It's so cool. But luckily, my Google Doc is not having that problem. Like I said,
like you said.
His wire.
Uh-oh.
His wire or because his stuff wasn't working. So did he unbuffer?
He might have got exploded a little bit there. Let me pause the recording.
And Thanos snapped.
okay, we're back. So let me, because I got a little tech diff there as Discord rebooted. Let me attempt to re-summarize the Curia again from the top in a much more quick and put together way.
Woo.
The first Curia Regis session, which probably happens like immediately after lunch or immediately before. Not sure what you guys prefer. But it's going to be very boring the first day because basically the king is running down his checklist of like, okay, if you've never been to a Curia before, here's how it's going to work. There are various announcements about, new laws, new decrees, that kind of stuff. Announcing where he is dispensing crown funds. Discussing petitions for use of crown money and land, if that's something you guys have anything you wanted to hit on, but I think we do not at the moment. We may come back to that. You got 4 weeks of this to work through. Doing like, 2 or 3 of these a week most times. Otherwise, the funding comments are mostly about the upcoming tax season models for the poor and the other general dispensations of crown funds. I'm pretty sure you guys remarked on, I mentioned before, keeping an eye out for patronage for the fair, the Norlon Fair. So, while the king makes announcements about the king's mercy and the king's law, he's not hearing new cases on this day. We leave that open to be a function that you guys can interact with later, but is not going to be a major deal.
Mm-hmm.
But we will come back to it. And in general, it's, we're doing this twice a week. Your first business is very, very perfunctory. If you guys do not have anything to raise, which I think we don't in the discussions of crowdfunding or the, crown law, King's Mercy sort of a thing.
No.
There are 2 proper bits of business for the king to announce at the Curia. First of all, he, stands up and he would like to say he's, after an internal proposal and review, I am announcing I am creating a new position. The position of the Minister of Antiquities under the Department of the Royal Archive, so assigned to the Royal Librarian, gestures to Duke Tellus, to uncover, research, catalog, and display cultural and historical artifacts to the crown. I am announcing the appointment of the second Prince Menas Hotroy to this position, as it was originally his proposal.
Oh,
And
good.
so,
Unearthing some ancient
rounds
tomb.
of polite clapping, etc.
Thanks for thinking about ancient super weapons under a tomb or something.
You don't know about ancient super weapons, except for all of the ancient super weapons you technically deal with all the time. Bioweapons of a sort.
Yeah, the monsters are literal laser beam.
Laser beam.
Sorceress like
We discussed
abilities.
the arc. I'm leaving.
The new minister will have additional duties, and the position will be based out of the Palais Clairlune. Continuing on. During a previous curia, we have announced the formation of the 5th Company of the Blood Shields. And we are now... The Crown is asking about the status of the proposed arms and armor commission for this. Rotate. Look to Marquess. It is, by the way. I'm pretty sure, unless I've completely lost my mind. You're good. You rolled it.
Yes, just stand up and say it's done.
All right, though, because I blanked really hard as soon as I asked. So it's like,
Yeah, no,
It's okay. It happens. I was just like, unless you guys tell me I am crazy,
No.
it's good.
You're crazy.
correct.
All right, Nicola is killed by 100 blood shields. They all stab him in the back, Julius Caesar style.
So now we're gonna have the Nicola salad.
Well, he did try to get you guys to eat healthier earlier. Anyway, yes, you may communicate however you wish at that point to the king, your Marquessness. Your Marquis. Your Marquis Markness.
I hate that.
Okay, sorry. I've just been like that. Like stun locked me for a moment.
I just say stuff sometimes. I'm filling the void. Okay.
God, if I smart about it, I just like do a showing of it. But let's move on.
You just say you got it. I don't think you really needed to display.
Yeah, I just did it.
Sorry.
Oh, bless
Damn.
you. Yeah,
I knew that one was coming.
that was powerful.
He had a wind up there.
Good recovery though.
A cast bar.
It has been done, Your Majesty.
Okay.
I slide casted my sneeze.
I casted
I heard
Thunderclap.
Axe say that, so I know the audio heard
Okay.
it. So yes,
Sorry.
the king nods along and says, "Very well. I'm
Amy.
satisfied. We will finalize the appointment of all parties and assemble the quality materials. We shall commission the 5th Company in this winter under the commander of Dame Rosenrot. Once we have taken all in, I am certain the various members of the Blood Shields will coordinate with you, Marquess, etc., etc. Basically saying
course,
like
Majesty.
they'll take ownership of all the materials. So yes, we're gonna move forward with finalizing the assembly of the full company and all their kit and caboodle in the winter. Once they actually make sure they've got enough guys.
All those figures in the future.
We love a good kit and caboodle.
Send dudes.
And that is it.
Alrighty.
Like for the Curia. Again, if this is your last call in Curia number 1. If you have any business. If not, then
Doesn't sound like it.
What?
Okay. Nicola's half asleep in the Curia room.
Sorry, I'm trying, guys.
I understand. Sorry, it was asleep. All right. Well, in that case, hey, guess what? Until Wednesday, when you guys are fog veiling, which an hour 40ish, we may or may not get to tonight. I know Dallas is kind of juicing, and we're all kind of. I feel like everybody's a little mind blasted.
Oh, I'm
Even me, a
really
little
sorry.
sleepy.
I'm trying.
It's okay. It's okay. The human body has limits. We'll probably get as far as being set up for that, but it's okay because I have a long list of people who want to talk to various members of Hughes, which I may or may not postpone the Nicola ones. We'll see.
I had a list of people too.
Yeah, and you guys obviously have your own list of things you want to take a line on as well, so we can start working on that. I did, as I said earlier, we flashed to the Curia to kind of get that scene where you guys actually have a chance to kind of come together. I don't know if anything from the Privy Council. I should say that carefully because a privy is a metaphor for a turlet. They both mean private, for anybody wondering at home.
Yeah.
But between that, Baron Oro would probably just kind of like casually, as you're leaving one meeting and going to the next meeting, being just like, "Hey, your lordship, when you've got a moment, etc. I need to speak to you about some stuff. Anyway, bye." Vanishes in a cloud of coins. He does that one move from Assassin's Creed where you throw coins on the floor and then.
Do you know how many reports of fights breaking out in the streets we had because he was throwing fucking coins out there? Bedlam.
A guy died.
A guy did not die.
Well, a guy probably
I don't know.
did
Do you
die.
remember the old Black
related?
Do you remember the old Black Fridays?
I'm sorry. What
He said he was saying, "Do you remember old Black Fridays?"
Oh yeah.
It is actually remarkably easy to accidentally die in a trample situation.
Yeah. That's true.
In a crowd panic. This was a little more orderly than that, though, because you guys had guards, bordering everybody. Like I said, some people probably did die yesterday. It was probably not directly related to Baron Oro and his throwing coins.
No. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it, like someone to die and like someone just like shot someone, but more just like the trampoline.
Let's see. I will say, just to point out where.
Yeah, that fairy did die.
Oh right, they well, we don't know that they're dead because we don't know if fairies actually die.
No, they die.
No. You do know. You were told that very straight up.
No, we
You don't know if she killed that guy.
I'm pretty sure she killed that guy.
That guy's super dead.
She took his soul.
I'm just
whether that is metaphorically or literal is up to her.
I'm sitting over here with my cat smile, just being like, "I'll never tell." Of
course you won't.
It's part of the mystique. Saying though, since we were talking about it, so Baron Oro has requested some private time with the Marquess. I also don't know I don't know if he would request it or just he would find a random time when Inos is free, but he has points on Inos meeting to have as well. To bring up, as Dallas blows his nose again. It's okay. I'm just saying it's funny because to bring that up. No. Don't apologize. It's just funny that I'm literally about to say to bring up what I have in mind for Nicola at least is one. Obviously, Prince Menace wants to make a private call. We'll talk probably. Yeah. He's just gotten promoted.
I probably should do that next week because I want to actually have them talk.
Would like to schedule a small team meeting specifically where he is going to. He wants to speak to Alestra actually, and is inviting Inos as her teacher and Nicola as his friend and as her elder sibling to have a little sit down chat about some stuff.
Definitely do that.
Okay.
That one I can probably do today, but the Menace one I want to be in my better mind for.
Role play.
Yeah.
Let's see. I mean, do you guys just want me to hit you up with who's in the back line?
I mean, I don't know.
Like who we got on deck, and then we can figure out where we want to go. Let's see. Well, believe it or not, Narissa would probably like to schedule quite a few meetings. First of all, there's the meetings with Leslok in air quotes, which is basically like anytime she can get a few hours to decamp Leslok from the keep to go out into the countryside as discussed, she's going to do that. So basically, Leslok, that's on you to however many times a week you're going to allow yourself to be stolen away. I'm sure Leslok is pretty free for that, but as the Marquess, I don't know how much your vassals and bannermen will want you to be slurped out. Riding in the hills. She did bring Bonesmith Baines.
Excellent.
So she will probably have like a brief meeting with Inos about that, which will mostly be Baines and Inos talking. She'll want to see what samples of the dragon bone you have.
Yep.
It is a couple of days to run all the way out to the Shadow Pass. you guys might want to wait until the tail end of Summer Court, because there has been discussions about, the whole grand touring and taking at least one prince, and it is entirely possible that if you guys don't do anything to prevent it from happening, that may just be
it's gonna be.
Wait, no.
What do you
a
mean
whole
prevent?
great big parade
No,
of
there's gonna be
prince
two
and princesses.
princes. What do you mean?
No,
This is-
I'm not, like, there's no reason for Prince Menaeus to go with us. He has, besides, he has a whole new, department to set up. He's very busy.
Well, he's just been named minister, but, while he's here, he may want to ask you, how have you been doing with your antiquities? Do you have anything to share with the class?
Oh, sure, I have plenty of things to share with the class, but we can share...
Glance at your room full of things. Your video game trophy room of stuff.
Yeah, what do we got here? Like, we got a myrrh relic, 2 sword chalice knight swords.
I think I actually legitimately also have a video game trophy room, because didn't you let me take, like, Bloody Brad's anchor sword as, like, just a trophy?
I don't remember.
No, he didn't have, like, an anchor sword, but you may have taken the anchor.
There was something that I took from him that, like, none of us could use it, and I was literally like, can I have it as a trophy?
I don't remember.
He had, like, a cutlass and some pistols. There was his flag, his colors you took. I don't know if there's some other stuff. You guys have some other weird shit as well.
It might not have been him. It might have been someone else.
But, like, yeah, you have quite a collection of weird stuff. But yes. Also, fair warning, but also this will be, happening off screen. Nerissa's gonna lock in at least one sit-down meeting, probably a meal or tea with Lady Cressida, and she is going to use every move in her playbook to not have Leslok be there. To get a.
If she asks, I will volunteer to help distract him.
Unbiased.
I have other things to do.
Meeting.
Fair enough.
Yes, Yvette Forrest is also on the guest list. And he goes thinking about it.
Okay, then I'm going to do a hunt. Who else in my friends group? I have a friend
Yes,
group.
I think it's probably appropriate. I will say that, she came in a carriage, so Nerissa would bring up that, she just so happens to have just come from Weirwind Keep, where, one of the house cats just had kittens, so there are some free cats to be distributed. You've got some extra cats at Tharfield Manor now.
I will probably need to acquire a cat at some point. I feel like every manor needs at least one cat.
Oh no, the kitten distribution system even here.
Yeah.
What?
We proceed the kitten distribution system.
Oh god, I just share this again from earlier, because it's like it is just this is very fitting for now. Share this again.
And obviously, I will mention that just because of the flavor. There's
Noble
only
eunuch.
one kitten that is stark black, the smallest of the litter. Aurelia will end up with that one.
Of
course you would.
I'm not subtle.
What is really a bit
Logesh?
subtle with?
If there's an orange cat,
Don't answer
Logesh
that.
would take it.
I'm as much as I like cats, I'm not an expert in cat genetics, but this is a magical
No, you're
fantasy
right.
world where you can throw fire with your mind. So yeah, we can say that there can be both a black cat and an orange cat. In the
There's
same
probably
litter.
cats of monstrum lineage too.
I mean,
Yeah.
not to put too fine a point on it, but Inos spoke to a talking cat yesterday who smoked a pipe.
Yeah, that's why Enos ain't grabbing a cat.
Can I have that cat? Can I have that cat?
You
Can I pet that dog?
That cat's
The
employed.
mouser?
Yeah, I'm about to say, you want the Fairy Queen's chief mouser?
You couldn't handle that cat.
That cat has a job, okay?
Fair enough.
He do be HVAC certified.
Oh yeah, I will say
So
this.
if I like,
it
if I
reminded
like
me of
pick him up
Grimalkin
and
from
move him,
Gensakai.
is that considered kidnapping?
I don't know, because I think the cat
Well,
could teleport.
well, it was a she. It was Angelica de Feline was
Oh,
her
yeah,
name,
right.
but
Sorry.
she's not present right now. It's okay. It was not yesterday, last week.
I probably do need to meet with the Fairy Queen at some point, but like
Why?
I want to do that next week. Well, okay, I don't know if you remember this.
You may or
this
may
was
not.
like
Yeah, I'm about to say you might recall.
no, this
but
was like
he had a whole
6
subplot
weeks. I was
thing.
planning on giving her a gift anyway. I didn't know she would show up at our fucking house.
Yeah. No.
Fair.
I was like, how am I going to get this to the
kind of,
Fairy
like,
Queen? And this is like kind of a thing.
a planned process he's undergoing. He's got a subplot or a personal quest he's working on. It just so happened that I recajiggered that one.
Yeah.
I remember all the things Mega said. Besides the wrist, is anyone else that wants me right now? You're probably word that better.
Well, Baron Aura wants to speak with you.
Oh yeah, we'll probably do that.
I was meant to say Kefis, but
I think Kefis is a bit busy helping the professor, and also his family. So
Professor's she's good. She's flush up. Kefis is busy doing his business as the dutiful and noble son. I will say, at least in one of these conversations with Leslok, we can probably just not speed run it, but I can just plain speak what she's got going on. She basically says that you because you wrote her a letter asking about her travel plans, she can basically tell you in plain text with just as fast as getting a letter back. It will be perfectly possible for her to join the grand tour at Norlon, definitely at least through Teine, and possibly all the way through Crag. She does mention the thing I mentioned out of character, but I will now clarify in character with that I brought up there, that there has been rumors and plans discussing that it's been many years since any of her cousins have been abound in the countryside of Norlon, so it may be all three royal children may be part of the grand tour of Norlon Leg at this stage. So she's a little worried that might get a little crowded. You guys might have to do some leaning and pushing to clear that up. That said, it will be perfectly easy for Nerissa to join you in Keltacy in winter. The crown prince, I should say, will likely continue touring in that period, so it'll be pretty easy for her to run up. At the very least, given that you've already had that discussion about the kindred, it will be perfectly easy for her just to be like, yes, Grand Duke father, king uncle, let me go to the desert and follow up with the desert kith about that business. I shall go, sort of a thing.
Wonderful.
That said, during her business and her old trip, it will be difficult for her to divert all the way down to the cauldron. So that was a thing you brought up. That's one that I'm not sure she's going to be able to swing.
Good to know.
Well, then our probably best bet is probably to go for us to hit the cauldron first, and then see if we can swing and pick her up on the way to Keltacy.
You have a very fast boat.
We do have a very fast boat.
You're planning on record-setting speeds for boat. I haven't pulled the trigger on yet. Let me see. Sorry, it's just funny. I flashbanged myself. I was like, oh yeah, I have a bullet point for it's not a meeting, but I actually explicitly have a note here about Kieran's going to want to catch up with Comrade. Mm-hmm. Probably without Mother Dear there as well. Not so let's put that in my points.
Yep.
Put that in there.
Oh god. Omega, I need help with a name.
Yeah, which person are you thinking of?
Oro's sister.
The Lady Magister? Bijou?
Yeah. Bijou, got it. I have her written down as Lady Magister, so I wanted to try and get her name.
Yes.
I almost wrote Magister.
On Logesh's angle, I will say, at maybe not the opening ceremony night, but within at least one of the first couple nights, Rodrigo will insist. Also, I'll say this, with your friendship with Rodrigo Espada, despite the fact that this is your hometown, Rodrigo Espada phrases it as taking you out on the town, even though that should be the other way around. He knows what's there. He's like, we got to see what the nightlife is like. Let's get a little drinking.
That feels very on point.
Maybe a little fighting. He will introduce you to, I described her before, but Jonsaya Sinkeda, his second. She is a woman of average-ish, maybe even, kind of a shorter build. A lot of the Espada are tall. Did I put her in the Ranger Mattis for Espada? Probably, because I had a whole shitload of people to put in there.
I believe you did last week.
Yes. Yeah, 23 Order of the Hand. So she is average height, kind of sharp featured, but honestly, like kind of unassuming. Dusky skin, dark hair, dark eyes. She dresses in a very, very plain, like dark red or dark blue, jerkin or gambeson. Has, rapier, dagger, buckler, probably a couple of extra pocket knives stuck in places. Rodrigo introduces you to her, Logesh. She very, politely, gives you a bow or salute, but she is a quiet, reserved, backline sort of a person. She mostly hovers, behind Rodrigo, and is mostly there to make sure that, if Rodrigo goes, yes, we could go here or there. Ah, yes, on that day I can't. She is like, you'd be like, you have a meeting, sort of a thing. Again,
understandable.
Rodrigo having a cavalier is pretty incorrect. Sorry, it's just so funny that Dallas's problem with spelling names also as opposed to hearing them. That's okay. I didn't type it yet. Bijou, it's French for beautiful jewel.
Funny.
It's also one of several names that ended up being the same as Hololive talents, but that's not my fault. Their names are made up too. They picked them for the same reason that I picked some of these.
I mean, at least they're real names that are just like nonsense sometimes.
It's true.
Anyway.
Or Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Let's not get into it. It's not fair betrayal.
We're still doing Touch Crusade today?
I still caught that though, Omega.
What?
Sirocco?
Yeah. But hey, guess what? That's a real word. That means the reason why it's a
No,
black wing is it means hot wind in Italian.
Oh, it is Italian. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, all the black wing cards in Yu-Gi-Oh are usually named after wind formations, so or directions of wind. So you're probably going to hear a few comparing ones. Let's see, where was I? Yes, so Narissa talks about that. Rodrigo, Hyorin, Narissa and Estelle would probably, want to have that talk about the Atoll Club we talked about.
Yeah, so have we were we able to get the country manor mostly set up? We probably haven't done any of the staffing yet, but
no, you could have. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys could have pulled the trigger on the purchase.
Yeah, okay.
I know we talked about what wealth level would be to get it. So
we had the wealth level, but the letter did specifically said that Rose and Watt would probably want to personally vet any staff, so. We can at least say we have a location, but we need to do,
you have a manor, you probably have at least some temporary staff to mind it, so that would probably be not a day trip, but an afternoon, a couple of hours round trip to go out there.
Okay, no,
basically, I don't remember if I described it, but I should describe it in character anyway, in recording. That's the word I'm looking for. God. I want to be like, gosh, I'm so scatterbrained today, but I'm somehow not the worst off. Where many of us are debuffed. But the terrain to the south of Stonehearth, heading towards the border region between House Logi, House Wayland, House Faron, there are several smaller lakes, usually from ground springs or my favorite lake source of yes, there was soft rock here. Water eat rock. Now only water. Lake formation. And you guys are just really praying none of them are volcanic caldera lakes because you can't trust me. But there is a former House appointee who is in charge of some park grounds, fishing rights, etc. for this lake. This lake would have been held by the Marquess. There used to be a person appointed by the Marquess to manage this land. They got to build a nice house, some sort of lodge or hunting, terrain there. And they have now left that position. Either they retired or they're deceased, and it's, a non-hereditary thing. So not to imply malfeasance or anything on the part of House Logi, but I do imagine that since you only have been Marquess of the house for a few months, there's probably some issues with the 3-year time skip where there are some backlogged appointments that haven't been handled.
Likely,
so this means that you have a opening of this territory. So basically, the House of Logi can sell Inos and Konrad Logi, Inos Ascot and Konrad Logi, the land or the the trust of the Atoll Club, the land. You know, depends on what you guys want to put on the deeds.
Konrad technically, as soon as Konrad's going to live at his own place, technically, once it's like finished being reconstructed.
Well, yeah, but that's what I mean.
Yeah,
you
this is a club,
one
though.
of you purchases the land.
Yeah.
But the result is you have a decently sized house, very large grounds, not a lot of industry. You know, the terrain here is kind of rocky and sandy. So, you know, only evergreen trees for timber and like grazing grasses for ranching animals, sort of a thing.
That's fine.
But
we weren't planning
sturdy base lodge of stone and cobble construction, accents of strong timbers, all weather construction, you know, very suitable for summer or winter lodging. And like I said, it was used to be like a hunting lodge or like a home away from home type thing. We'll have some social spaces, going to have guest rooms, staff quarters. We'll have room, as I said, for a sauna. Also, it's on a lake, so you can add a boathouse and at least a dock for fishing, etc.
Ooh, we should definitely do that, yes.
Plenty of lawn, and probably we'll be able to give decent amount of privacy because of spacing. And you can add, you know, shrubs, trees, low wall to enhance privacy.
The hedges.
Does it have a stable and carriage house?
Yes, it should, because it would be. It is, you know, a travel away from Stonehearth, so the previous owners would have needed a place to put carriages and horses, so it would have one already, and you can put plans to expand it if you need space.
We probably
maybe
expand it.
Probably expand it a little. Yeah.
Certainly, there would be enough room for like corralling or pasturing horses as well, so you know you can increase your carriage house size and go through all that. So yes, you know, Narissa and Estelle, maybe, you know, you want to take them out, show them the place, see what's up. I know you guys have planned to actually assemble the.
Yep, I can go do that. I can go with you.
All right, so it'll be Konrad and Inos taking Narissa and Estelle out. Where's my pen?
I know about Huron, I don't know about Rodrigo.
I'm trying to write down my meetings.
Well, also, hey, another one for you. I think it's my last big one. You've been asking about Harpuya stuff.
Yes.
So, fun fact, Kaleno will be like, hey, one of the reasons why my sister is here is to talk to you about that, because, you know, she's further up the chain than me.
Okay.
And the High King wanted to see somebody anyway, so, you know, whenever you want to have a bird meeting.
Bird meeting, and so, yep, to meet Harpuya.
Is that everybody on my list? Yeah, except for the ones that are supposed to be quote-unquote surprises. Which is just, when we have some roll time, you know, I will just be like, grab some people and be like, hey, while you're minding your own business, this happens.
No, I can talk to Narissa about...
Omega, is she an elf in here?
Yes.
Yeah, I mentioned that earlier, but in case I wasn't clear, yes, she's in.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Then, yeah, I've got my, like, 7 meetings planned out.
The what's the word? The pain of having so many friends. You have run out.
I had to cut down my list of friends because I'm like, I have way too many friends from, like, one conversation. I'm like, I had all the forest siblings listed. I'm like, okay, I gotta pick one.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I should go pick something, but I'm like,
No,
I picked Yvette.
Yeah, whatever we want to run to. Like I said, you've got officially typed business, and you've got less officially typed business.
I'll have more time, and I think I'll have more time as the weeks progress. So I think I should get the official stuff out of the way first. So let's go. I probably want Enos for the bird meeting there, but I think I don't.
What?
Well, Enos is having the bird meeting. You're not in the
No,
bird meeting.
Enos is the one with the bird meeting.
Sorry,
you are not in the bird meeting.
All right, have fun with the bird meeting. I should go meet Baron Oro.
Yes, you should.
Yes. Baron Oro's comment is, you know, pretty brief. He would probably get some time on your study, and he basically just says, well, he would let you know ahead of time, for unspecified reasons, you might want to include Konrad in this conversation.
I don't mind that. It's like, I guess, if Konrad come along.
If asked to come along, yes, Konrad will come along.
All right, you are asked to come.
He is definitely confused, but will come along.
Yeah, so it's at least you two in the study. I don't know if you want to loop anybody else in. Baron Oro doesn't need to grab anybody else.
Let's get Logesh in here because last time.
Want me in on a meeting with Baron Oro? Okay.
I think you.
He was there last time.
Yeah, but to say I think
Max, because I am your friend, and I want to help you. Bring Narissa. Because it will avoid any talk of the marriageable cousins.
Baron Oro is going alone.
Yeah.
He's not
fair enough.
Yeah.
This is an official thing. This is not
he
about.
Said he wants a private word with the Marquess.
Yeah.
Gotcha. My bad.
Nah, I think that's fine. Just
Okay.
grab the.
It was a thought, but I was like, no, you don't need to do that. The Baron is not bringing anybody. So that's a separate conversation. That's an Inos conversation.
I kind of feel that way right now. I'm not gonna lie. Just.
It happens. I mean, honestly, like I'm both, like I said, like kind of stiff and tired, and also like my computer's not having a good day right now. Sometimes my fucking like bar full of apps will freeze for a second, and I'm like, hello, can I click back to Discord? There we go. The recording's going finer than that last hiccup, though. But yes, we'll speed it up and get through a few of these scenes. So Baron Oro.
There's no way I spelled that name right.
Baron Oro meets the Marquess. Konrad and Logesh are there, and he kind of nods along and says, I did not think of it, but yes, perhaps, sorry. Justice. Logesh is an appropriate one, yes. Well, Baron Oro very carefully, he kind of looks around your study and nods and love what you've done with the place. Make sure that your shutters out to the courtyard are closed, double checks the door and says, well, my friend, as you heard during the Privy Council, I say that we're working along with our mercenary hiring, but I must say that he kind of rubs his chin. I may find myself in need of your house's burgeoning reputation for slaying monstrum. As you may recall, at the Privy Council, I did mention to His Majesty that our operations to open the gold mines of Dula Hills are temporarily delayed. That it is indeed due to the poor weather and the cold rains, but also my miners have encountered several instances of talus, or stone devils, as you may know them, and this has been directly impacting us. They are. I'm sure you may know other things, but to keep everybody on the same page, I already know that they are completely immune to use of fire, or stone, or wood as weapons, and so the normal tools my own hunters use are usually, well, fire sand, alchemist fires, crossbow bolts. Very effective on minyades and other such creatures, but the talus are resilient. So, I would take any level of assistance as a personal favor, up until a personal intervention if required.
Axe, would you like some coaching on this discussion?
Sure, because I was just thinking. I was just thinking about the whole thing you said. So,
I mean, hey, you say shit by eavesdropping plans. If you did want to eavesdrop, we could also roll that out.
Yeah, I'll attempt an eavesdrop. Sure, why not? How do I do that?
Well, I assume you're trying to be hidden, right?
Yes.
Roll your coordinate plus stealth to hide. Any appropriate bonuses you have to probably going unseen, because you're eavesdropping. You don't need to make noise.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was sitting here the whole time. Just kidding.
Well, can I cast a spell first?
If you would like, yeah.
Okay, then I will cast Shroud the Soul, excuse me.
What is your intensity on Shroud the Soul?
Let me double check.
Because that will debate how far I will need to have these boys roll. Eerie or not?
No, wait, no. It's sooner. It's sooner. Sure. 3. Oh, the casting time is 3 minutes. So, I'm going to use my death casting to reduce that intensity to 1.
Okay.
Actually, can I reduce that?
No one will notice that. Yeah.
I believe that's how it works if you've got the right level of deft casting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at third, it's normally a 10 feet radius. And at first, it's a nobody notices.
Because it kind of takes 3 minutes for me to cast this, so I can use deft casting with it.
I did say that, at the very least, Baron Oro takes some moments to, like, pace around the office and does kind of, like, close the shutters, check everything.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find his position. Obviously, if you guys wish to resist Enos's operations, you can prepare your appropriate rolls, but I do need to for sure have Baron Oro for this.
Should have thought about it.
So let me do.
Do I have that?
Yeah, pretty normal.
9d10. What
Omega, I have no interest in spying on important political meetings. Now, if I see any meetings that are juicy gossip drama, I may attempt to spy.
I'll keep that in mind. All right, you
Sorry,
cast the hell out of the spell.
Yes, I'm just double checking my fucking what?
Shroud the Soul, so you get to roll Charm plus Stealth now.
Yes. Just seeing if height or width does stuff. I know one's duration, I just don't remember which one. Oh wait, no, this is why I put everything in the fucking thing, so I could just scroll down instead of fighting fucking with. Okay. Okay. So I just rolled charm, and if you guys don't make it, you don't. Oh fuck! I don't know, man. Hang on. Let me just roll this thing to see even if I get a goddamn.
Roll your stealth pool, and that will gobble their sight sets. And yes, it's going to be sense plus sight.
4 5s.
All right, you're trying to make a set that can be. Oh, Baron Oro gets 2 3s, but that won't beat 4 5s. And this isn't a case where you can, like, multiple guys can gobble all your dice. It's they have to each individually beat your 4 5s.
Yeah.
I will just roll just for the sake of Leslok will actually at least be trying to notice things if something comes up.
The Baron rolls is because he's actually trying to be on the DL on this, and shocking, despite the fact that he doesn't have any dice in sight. It's his sense skills are elsewhere.
No, I think you're good.
Which roll is this again?
Sense plus sight.
I think I would do this, yeah.
So I'm nowhere. Are we near this?
No, you're not. You're somewhere else. Inos is eavesdropping.
No!
No.
Yeah, he doesn't.
My luck doesn't strike again.
So I think, because even for gobbling height matters, I think with the 8s and the 10s, the 2 Logi brothers would actually have enough to still notice Inos. The main thing, though, is that the other power of Shroud the Soul is that you are able to do this by just acting like you're always supposed to be there. So, like, I genuinely, even if they do see Inos, I don't know if you guys care. The Baron doesn't notice Inos for sure.
I did joke about, the Inos was just there the whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
Lounging in the chair.
It's like, what has Inos not heard it? What has Inos not, like, listened to our conversations? Whatever. That's not new. That's not a weird thing to say.
Now, later on, Konrad might think about it and realize that you didn't enter the room with them. But for now...
Yeah.
Genuinely, Inos, thank you so much for this, because you've reminded me that I need to cast that Wind Witch spell every conversation I have.
The one where you block out speaking.
Just be glad Konrad doesn't actually greet Inos.
Yeah. Yes, but Inos will have slipped in and it's just standing quiet,
standing in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. In that case, I won't make you roll hearing to. If you were going to be like hiding under the windowsill, I'd have you roll hearing to see if you hear all of it. But no, you're just subtly in the room. So we rewind, forewind, back to where we were. So yes, the Baron says that. Yes, he's like, if I require a favor, possibly even personal intervention if it goes that far. But yes, we are having a slight problem.
On our
What do you think?
Actually, yes,
Leslok.
to remind where we were. That was I joked, but about what we got on that whole thing. But that was when Lucky kicked us off by asking Axe if he wanted some lines.
I was fun hearing something.
Well, actually, Inos will, kind of just lean over the Marquess' shoulders and be like, "We were already planning to visit this winter and do some investigating. Like, if we could, impose upon the good Baron and stuff, I don't see no reason why we couldn't bring some additional troops along to help with it." I said having the royal treasurer owe us a favor could be quite ideal.
Here's a good. I guess I'll have to start this. How urgent of a matter do you feel this to be?
Well, if it continues to persist, it will become more urgent. I have promised His Majesty the access to the gold veins, but mining is not mining should not be a rapid process. And so it matters for now. The gold is not mined, so it is not like it is going to be taxed. It is a matter, though, for not just the Baron of Ekunar, but also for the Royal Treasurer, is that the gold will be required to continue minting new coins.
Mega, a question. Can we, lend a point of might or something?
You could, actually, yeah. You could do that.
Can we just be like, yes, I see. Well, you've done good by us. Here, just, take this ship of dudes to,
On your way back.
Hold the line, and then, we can have a thematically appropriate adventure to when we arrive.
Yeah, that's perfectly okay. That's actually, if you didn't even want to do the thematically appropriate adventure, you could just,
Well, I like doing
with him. But if you do want to get in there,
Leslok was going to be like, we're going. I just opened the calendar to double check when we'd be going.
Then dudes and guns.
Yeah, no, but we can basically send dudes. Well, I don't know if we want to send guns in cave fighting, but wait, what did they say that the Stone Devils were immune to?
Fire and non-metal weapons. Stone and wood don't do shit.
Lead shots still work, but otherwise, yeah, explosives don't work.
But yeah, no, we can send a boat full of pike and shot guys. They probably do pretty okay down there. And like I said, this is me just speaking narratively. They should be able to do enough to keep it from getting out of hand. But there might be some one last thing that we can get in there, probably.
I get you.
So
I also want to kill just what we're gonna go visit Celticy, because I don't think that's wrong to.
Well, no, we can also bring that up as well. But the thing is what do you want to get for sending dudes?
Yeah, he did say that he would just say it as a personal favor. We have a good trade relationship. I'm hiring mercenaries, but this is something that, as he said, he phrased it. You guys are developing a reputation as monster slayers.
Yeah, so
you are certainly the lord of a high house who has done the most monster slaying this calendar year, anyway.
Yeah, so do we just want to lend him a might and be all like, lend him a might, say taking a personal favor and ask him to show the best sign of what's the city called?
Marquess.
Marquess.
The city of banners.
Yeah, no, show us the best side of Marquette when we visit this winter.
If you have no concrete goals, it is totally normal in this business just to be like, yes, I'll do you a favor, and then you scribble down on your pocket, Baron Oro owes me one.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I will get some men organized then. They'll come with you when you leave.
You are a astute and noble soul, yes. I am certain that your visit to Celticy, and especially to Marquette, will be most enjoyable.
I hope to see how well it goes when we get there.
It'll be great. Yes, very good, very good. By the way, Leslok, you, I'm pretty sure anyway, it's you who has Student Monstrum. You can roll.
Yes, I do. I was actually curious. I just at the time got sidelined.
Yeah, I was waiting for a good point in the conversation.
Let's type that wrong. 3 6s and 10s, actually.
Okay, 10s. Yeah. Stone Devils, also known as Talus in some district. They're pretty big and tough. They roughly resemble men of rock and stone. However, a couple of caveats. One, they don't have a head. They're just their head boxes are in the torso.
They make me think of
Big
just
rock
literally
torso.
like just giant piles of stone piled together. Instead of like stone
basically.
people.
I mean, so Talus is, I think, it's Latin or Greek. It might be Greek for just rock. The Taluses in Legend of Zelda are named that way for that reason.
Ah, okay.
So this is very similar to that. Stone Devils, though, is another common one because they are straight up resistant to many forms of harm. Weapons made of wood, stone, and all attacks that are based on fire just don't do any damage, period. Also, they're still made of stone, so they still have 2 AR in all locations. So, like,
I just think
smacking them with with metal weapons will not necessarily bring victory, but they're not immune to the damage. They are conventionally damaged. They're also vulnerable to various forms of sorcery.
So,
Leslok, you're most familiar with them from the mythology around the Medius Mountains, which is where they're supposed to be the most common. There they were said to be originally the souls of greedy miners and delvers who dug too deep and so were punished for nearly reaching the underworld. Now they jealously guard treasures underground and try to, drag other miners to their same fate. They are occasionally seen in mineral deposits in Milieu and Celticy. You have
like
almost never heard of them in Norlon, probably because if there are any stone devils wandering around in the tunnels in Norlon, the Iron Demons would probably be like, "Oi, quit that."
He's like, all this stuff is ours.
I feel like I just probably figured out a way to like get around those, but like, does explosives work on them or no? Or that's not really sound a good idea in a cave.
No, it's
well,
not
probably
a good idea in a cave.
But no, I would say that like grenades packed with fire sand or demon fire would fall under the fire zone. They're not going to take any area damage from that.
Right, it's a basic element system, not like Yes.
Technically, many explosions operate off of concussive force, but yeah, they're resistant to that.
they're etherically fire.
Son of a bitch.
So yeah, you've learned their main factors. They do still have armor. They are straight up immune to certain damage types, and they are chunky because, like I said, they do not have a hit location. Well, they have a hit location 10, but their hit location 10 is part of their 7 through 9. So I just put their head wound boxes inside their torso wound boxes.
It's 7 through 10. Yeah.
Yeah, they're tough.
I feel like I should I feel like I should send the men I send with them like some war picks because I feel like those might actually be effective for like breaking rock creatures.
So you said they're resistant to concussive force?
They are resistant to fire damage, and they don't take any damage from wooden or stone weapons.
But they're not resistant to concussive force.
You can attempt to punch them. They're not immune to punching damage.
I wasn't thinking of that. I was more thinking of thunder grenades.
Of fulminating jars? Yeah.
I'm thinking of lots of thunder grenades because I can make those, and people, as long as you have soldiers that can throw, they can use them.
I think we should probably have our soldiers.
You could advise Baron Oro that fulminating jars should work. Also, he has many alchemists at his disposal.
Yeah.
However,
that is also true.
You don't want to throw fulminating jars inside a mine.
Yeah,
that's very true. That would be a kite the monster out.
Very loud.
That would be a kite the monster outside and then throw a thing.
It's just like I said. And you actually know this from Inos would know this from hanging out with Noctiluca. The monstrum hunters from Celticy, or at least from Akunar, like I said, their plan is mostly either kill it with fire, or they ambush you with crossbows and like rapiers, or like stakes and mallets type shit. And
so these monstrum are Question.
They're not unheard of in Celticy, but they are extremely rare. One might consider it very bad luck for Baron Oro to have stumbled into what is it? Tilde 1, 1+ of them in his brand new gold mine.
This just reminds me of that one quest from fucking 14.
Upperville mine?
Yeah.
I wonder what House Rare Mouse is. House Rare Mouse leading the attack on those? Is that mostly the mercs? Because House Rear Mouse is going to be their.
He's preemptively hiring mercenaries. It would probably be Rear Mouse's guard trusted most of all. You could talk to Noctiluca about that if you want.
I'll talk to Noctiluca about that later.
I did not specifically write in a bullet point that Noctiluca wants to see Inos because she already knows Inos wants to see her.
Would Omega question? Would Orichalcum's damage penetration ignore their resistance, or is that not how that works?
That's not how that works. Orichalcum
would
ignore one of their 2 AR, but it won't. They're metal weapons already, so they don't. The immunity is purely. You can't throw rocks at them. You can't hit them with wooden quarterstaves or like wooden mallets, and you can't fire them.
Gotcha.
So fire sand and alchemist fires don't do anything.
Yeah, it's like
also just for future reference, if you discuss this with Nicola later, Azoth is said to be the fire of the soul. You are not sure
not actually
that
fire.
That would affect them. It's not literally fire, but you also don't know how the
I don't
damage
really want to volunteer because technically.
Dallas broke up a little there, but I get what he was saying.
Right. Yeah. He is the second most pious member of the party. Nicola does believe it burns the soul.
It's just
so,
as we've discussed.
Do monsters have souls? That's another question.
Oh, yeah. Soup gun.
But yeah, that's sorted out right for the next. That's sort of the time being. Just I'll make sure the people we set out like have war picks and besides ball and shot and pikes.
Well, since we're on Baron Oro, Inos, do you want to talk to Baron Oro about the thing?
Yeah. Like after the meeting is over.
You're just gonna mysteriously catch the Baron in the hallways.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Just like, Young Mr. Inos, yes, I was just going to see you. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Oh God, light.
Well, yes, as you no doubt know, I have brought forth what some are calling the most marriageable cousins in Aquinar. I would not say that, but others do.
Funny, it's funny to say.
And if sorry, I blanked on her name for a second. Lady Essok is looking for a match. Well, of those I have assembled, the best match is probably one I have brought at Summer Court, Master Sidwell Cowrie.
You say Cowrie?
Yes.
Yeah.
He is one of the 7 great marriageable ones. Yes, young Master Sid is a nephew of Lady Halimede, and thus my second wife, if we're keeping score. But obviously, that is not why we are having this discussion.
That's where it was.
House Cowrie, as you know, governs several ports and barrier islands on Aquinar, so he's familiar with boats and coastal towns. And we are looking for a match for him because he kind of strokes his chin. How should I say this? I will be honest with you, my young friend, but I must also be positive as his liege lord. Master Sidwell is more of a scholarly sort, but we have not yet found a field of study that clicks with him, as you say. He has studied a little bit of alchemy and chemistry. He has studied natural philosophy, medicine, and herbalism. He is not inept at these fields, but he has not greatly excelled either, shall we say. The family is a little concerned that they are going to have to, as we might say, set him loose to find his fortune in Lagartia, which is, while not a grim fate by any means for those sons of Aquinar, is usually considered a little bit of a social faux pas. Holds up a hand. Mm-hmm. It can be a little embarrassing to be told to wander into the wilderness and don't come back until you've made a lot of money.
I see.
Yeah, Inos is pretty good at social stuff. Find your fortune is not necessarily to the merchant houses of Aquinar. It's like, where can we go where we could just be like, okay, bud, either make a name for yourself or don't come back. It's ship him out to Lagartia. He's not an incompetent by any means. It's just that we have not found a good field for him.
Inos nods and says, So I can understand he's a bit of an intellectual, but maybe a bit uncommitted. I suppose as to say. What about his character? What kind of... Well, yeah. But, yeah, just say, what about his character?
Well, inasmuch as you can trust me, to be honest, he smiles, puts a hand to his chest. The lineage of House Cowrie is very well respected in Akunar, and I have seen no personal aspect that Master Sid is apart from that. We are not known for our dangerous sailing, but he made the trip here and several trips before over boats. He has shown himself to be, as I said, a quick study. He is not lacking in his fields, just a matter of not finding our best match yet.
Mm-hmm.
He is certainly not afraid of, we could phrase it as adventure, I think. As I said, he has not been lamenting a banishment to Lagartia. Not that we think of it quite the same way. It is not so dramatique as our neighbors to the south are.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a matter of, as I'm sure you have noticed among the nobles of men, Master Inos, it is considered at the very least a little gauche to just sit around on silken pillows and eat locum and bonbons and do nothing with your life. It is possible, but it is slightly embarrassing.
So
he is not afraid of work. Actually, let me double check. I don't think he was one of the ones that they fielded during the Grand Melee, but I will double check. Pass. Yes, it was Viera, Oro, and Mira of the right age bracket. I think. Do I have Sid's name down? Or his age down? I do have their names down, but they're all like a block of guys.
Block.
Doesn't like the age there.
Yeah, I would think based on not being in the Grand Melee, he's probably 20.
Okay.
So like, yeah, the Baron speaks these like as I said, he's not like a dashing rogue sort of character, but he's a intelligent, hardworking, not afraid of adventure. We've put him on boats and he hasn't fallen into the sea. We've set him on books and like he's not an idiot, but also hasn't found his unique special interest. We're looking for a place for him, and he probably won't fuck it up.
Okay, well, Inos will nod to this and just be like, I see. Well, I'd like to have a meeting with them. Actually, he's, 20? Yes, so he's definitely older than Inos. A meeting with...
Just about a year.
Yeah, with the good sir, and if I find him amenable, I'll I'll speak to Lady Essex on it and see if we can arrange a meeting. Like I said,
Of course.
I do think, it might be, such a marriage, I think, could only strengthen the bond between our houses, even if it is a little distant. Excuse me.
Yes, I double checked. All of them are. Hey, so fun fact: all of I did stretch the definitions a little, but all of the 7 marriageable cousins have names that are supposed to like invoke classical virtues. Sidwell's name is supposed to invoke modesty.
Oh, okay.
So he is kind of a modest, all-around, all-right guy.
Well, that should be okay. I guess, and if he's not, well, also Inos will make a point. Will have a meeting with the man at some point.
All right, I'll probably schedule that one on a later date. I'll think about that one. All right.
Yes.
Actually, well, let's before we switch momentum, let's keep with the Inos. After that discussion, Inos, you probably jog on back to your office.
I have a lot of shit to do.
And when you get there, that's the wrong tab. Sorry, like I said, I got to scroll back from where I had to double check the Grand Melee teams. In your office, waiting, leaning against your desk, you find Reschools.
Ah.
And she's just kind of like, there you are, darling. Wanted to catch you for a little chat, a little tete-a-tete. Have an honest conversation. Flutters her fan in front of her face.
Inos is smiling. It's like, well, as always, you have caught me.
Well, this will be a slightly different conversation than that, darling.
Inos kind of, tilts his head inquisitively.
Well, first of all, I mean, I have to be careful. The third princess is here. And I am not interested in starting a fight with Paloma. Now, maybe if we could go up the chain to dashing Rodrigo. But no, that probably would never work. He wouldn't fall for it. She kind of snaps her fan shut. You're distracting me, darling. No, we're not here to talk about that. No, I need to have a, kind of, even though it's your office, she kind of like, gestures for you to go around behind your desk and sit down, sort of a thing.
Inos will do that, just, with a slight chuckle.
Flops into one of your very comfortable couches.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just like, no, I need to have a frank discussion about you. Check how you're feeling, and by extension, how the Marquess is feeling. About your support for young Lord Kefis in this house.
Ah.
As you may or may not know from our previous conversations, my dear distant cousin and I are fairly close. I have been looking out for him since we were both about 2 years old. And, your own house has done very well with a young ruler. She kind of looks around, cautiously. I assume you had mentioned that. I'm pretty sure, actually. Did you cast Silent Stones in your office? I think you did.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, so she kind of like, quirks an ear around, like just making sure nobody's idly listening in. If you want to, say any words of affirmation.
I'm like, Inos will say, at the very least, the stones won't speak of what's said here today.
Good enough for me. Well, to put it honestly, and a little frankly, despite how well your house has done with a young ruler, I have no personal desire to swear fealty to a babe in swaddling clothes. Well, that's a little rude to the young lady. She is 4, but you get my meaning.
Inos will not deny.
And I'm going to be upfront with you, Inos. I and the faction I represent, shall we say, are very interested to see how much House Logi is willing to chip in on a play, since I know that the Marquess is quite good friends with young Lord Kefis.
Chip in, you say? Well, before we know what we can chip in, we have to know...
We're on the same side.
Before we can say whether or not we can chip in or not, we would have to know that what exactly is your planning?
Well, at the moment, we don't have any immediate plans. It's entirely possible that the sign of the youngest member of the house, Reese would not be quite so dehumanizing as to keep referring to them in the third person, so let me double check what the name of the youngest Verity child is. Oh, actually, did I not jot down? I'd probably put that somewhere else. Well, they are 4, so it's not like they're...
Constance. She is there. It's Constance.
No, that's not that one. That's...
Oh, not that one? Constance? That's the 4th daughter. Are you talking about Serena?
Maybe I put her on your end and not my end. Let me double check.
Yeah, Constance Verity, 4th daughter of House Verity, 4 years old.
You do? Okay, yeah, thanks, guys. Okay, yeah, it is Constance. It's very close. It's like, that doesn't sound right. No, but it is. Okay, it is Constance. Yeah, Silas and Constance are there. Okay. Yeah, I didn't put that on my sheet. Okay. Shows what I'm thinking of. Well, like I said, she is 4, so it's not like she is a dramatic person in the setting. I think she's got, 1 in every stat. Probably doesn't have any skill dice at age 4. Don't even know if you get your master die in language at that age.
Probably not.
No.
Why am I just imagining her as the fucking cat bug? It's like, bow before me.
Well, that is the concern that Reese doesn't want to be in, but she would be like, yes, Constance is... It's entirely possible that young Lady Constance will, as with previous heirs to the house, cease showing signs. Her hair color will come in, that sort of thing. And we won't have to have any problems at all. In the event, though, that this does not occur, there is likely to be pressure from the Duke on this matter. And obviously, the pressure will be mostly upon Cephas to, well, forsake his birthright and get out of the way. I admit I haven't spoken in these exact words with Cephas, but as I said, we've known each other a long time. Been looking out for him quite a while. Not that he always needs looking out for. Mind, I'm sure you have noticed.
No, he seems to be quite capable on his own. And while I am
Smash cut to flashback of, Cephas and Konrad in a bar. Cephas just pop, double
yes,
punching
no, that's
guys.
exactly what I was thinking about. And
yeah, go on.
And I do know he does, well, for lack of a better term, does not tend to go quietly. But at this particular point in time, it's like I'm quite curious to know what you think we could provide besides, sterling moral support. I'm pretty sure
sterling moral support would be good. I suppose it would be a matter of keeping your... Well, I should not put too fine a point on it, darling. My first thought was to say to keep your eyes, ears, and mouths open, but again, we might misinterpret that one. No, an open mind, an honest word. I mean, well, not to put too fine a point on it, but once again, the girl is only 4. I suspect that she will probably either show signs or stop showing the shine of purity within the next 2 or 3 years. Age 7 is a very particular one. We like that number back home.
Yes, nods. At the very least,
she's not going to be marshalling troops at that age. It will be a question of if Cephas has the political capital, and barring that, the martial capital, to withstand, as I said, the pressure from the Duke. I suspect that obviously, since otherwise she's going to be completely dodged by the matters of inheritance, Lord Cephas's mother will be interested in keeping him in the position. Though, of course, Lady Dr. Siley will not be making any lines there. But...
Well, I can't speak for...
I suppose it's a matter of, where the other pressure comes from. If the Pontifex prefers the younger, that will be quite a lot of pressure on the Duke. I don't know if you've noticed, darling, but... She once again glances around like she's making sure her comment about the stones not listening, is true. And she's like, I don't know if you've noticed, darling, but the Pontifex has the Duke of Trone's balls in a bit of a grip.
Well, on that one, we might be able to counter, although we might have to go a bit above our heads. But regardless, I do know for a fact that the Marquess is quite fond of young Cephas. Very fond, in fact. If I didn't know better, I'd say the Marquess was in love with the boy. I shouldn't say the boy.
I'll leave that matter to between. Cephas is the same age. They're the same age. You spell your
man.
She kind of, flicks her fan and says, I make no particular comments on that from Cephas's end. He keeps that sort of thing to himself. So At the very least, I know that his love life is nowhere near as legendary as mine.
It'd be very, very hard to reach anywhere near yours. But so I can say, for the very least, that the Marquess will support Kefis in this bid. It's like we may be able to provide find some funds, and if matter comes to before how do I want to put this? Social pressure, we might be able to lean a bit on our own side. He said, our Lord Marquess has been making a lot of moves and has been on the tips of our tongues. What he says will probably have a bit of sway. Marshally,
that would be the primary means of support. Not that Reese wants to interrupt you, but she would continue on that point. That would probably be our preferred means of support. Technically, the High King has the capacity to intervene in such matters. He has to accept, your matters of resignation. Typically, the position of the crown does, because that is the way of House Verity. But if, Kefis doesn't want to be doing things that way, we have some leniency.
Mm-hmm. Marshally, that is probably the most tricky one. If we have to involve...
I admit... she kind of taps her fan idly against her hand. I admit it's a possibility that I have to consider. Again, as you might expect from their relationship, Duke Tellez, wonderful administrator. House hasn't floundered under him by any means, but he was his own youngest sibling, and it is not through any insurmountable amount of influence from the position of the Hierophant, not the current one, the previous holder of that office, that he was there. I suspect that the Duke feels some gratitude towards the position regardless, but I don't want to say he's inexperienced, that'd be very, very rude of me. He is still my liege lord, but he's made his way through life by not rocking the boat, as we say. And, darling, you know me. Sorry, my first thought was to have Reese say, if the boats are rocking, don't come a-knocking. But that's not something she would say. That's not the right joke to make in this context.
The thought was made.
Inos says,
it's about the motion of the ocean.
I'm about to say, you just don't rock the boat due to the entire storm, darling.
It always isn't about the boat, Spider-Man.
I'm going to remember that one for later. I don't want to imagine it would come to a martial split, but as I said, it would probably mostly be the mothers. The first Duchess, obviously, is going to be in Kefis's camp. I haven't, again, talked to her about it at all, but I can't imagine that she would want to be sidestepped in the inheritance. But the younger Duchess is going to be something of a problem. I'm going to be quite honest. Not only have I said that your house has done very well with a young leader, I would also say that you've managed the matter of inheritance quite nicely as well. I understand that if, at least by rumors and hearsay, if the two Dowager Marchionesses are not on speaking terms, they are at least not coming to blows.
Inos kind of, leans back in his chair and sighs like, that actually took a lot of work.
Well, that's the kind of work we need to see in our future, but I'm not sure that the two... This is another, I don't want to say failing of the Duke, but it's something that he doesn't think about as matters of the heart, but the two Duchesses, well, they rarely take meals together, they live in wings most of the time. Obviously, it's for the young Constances, she's very young, her health is very sensitive, sort of a thing. She's a very special little one, But these are all internal matters. I don't need to be venting to you. As I said, I hope it will not come to a martial matter, but if it does, if you're curious where we stand, my own house is quite secure in this matter. Well, I don't know where Mother's going to lay exactly, but the Thorned Rose is quite practical in her old age. I can't imagine that she would come down on dispossessing an heir who is of sound friends, of good mind, and of non-existent martial prowess, as they say. But the heirs of course, House Alphen, Saltar, and Martlet are of a mind with me. admittedly, actually, I haven't broached the subject to Eilith, but since it seems very likely that the Lady Renna will end up aligned with a House of Logi, regardless of however that actually goes, which direction that marriage goes in, I do not think her block will shift. I admit I do not know where House Bison and House Pale are in this matter, but I'm making moves. You know, I would prefer things to be a fait accompli. I would rather, not have to do all the begrudging and fighting. But I also do admit that the Duke may be slightly concerned if it seems like this matter comes up and I have, magically arranged things to fall into place behind his back. He might be a little cross.
Oh, I think he's going to be a bit cross no matter what you do, dear.
Well, honestly, Inos, she kind of flutters her fan. I think the Duke could stand to be a little more cross in his days. He's just, like I said, he's just too complacent, too ordinary. Oh, it's just not how we do things. Let us continue in the way that we have. Let's illuminate some manuscripts and write some books. Say our prayers and go about our business. We don't need to get involved in the martial business. What's that? More monsters in Norlon and Milieu? That's not my concern. The monstrum don't come to Trone, my dear. Nothing to worry about. At the very least, it's dreadfully boring, darling.
Well, you should probably... well, you should... Inos, just going to try. Well, then you should hang around... hang around us more often. I swear, we're fighting a new monstrum every other week.
I know. That's what we hear. Gods, if you hear some of the rumors back in Trone, they'll say you're fighting a new monstrum every day of the week. I know these are not true, of course, simply because I do not believe that there can be that many monstrum. You have that many to go through here. But, you're picking up rumors, darling. Did you actually fight a shadow devil in that convent while you were there?
Oh. Emma got out.
Yes.
Well, she's close friends with Kefis, so
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Kefis may have mentioned it in passing.
Well, yeah, and probably, Mercedes probably mentioned it to Kefis, and Kefis probably mentioned this. Oh, yes.
Kefis is like, dude, did you check this shit out?
It's like...
Well, remember, Kefis was there. His aunt gave him her sword staff then.
That's right.
Yeah, he was with you.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. I actually forgot about that. But yeah, but
we
were on Tron at the time.
Yes.
It's yes, Kefis and Mercedes were there. It's like, I don't see why you wouldn't believe my word over theirs. It's like, I fought the Shadow Devil, and everyone took out the, and everyone else fought the, what were they?
The dogs.
Not the dogs, the,
No, they were slimes.
The slimes, yeah.
Formless devils is
the formless devils.
Yeah, thank you.
It's like,
well, I will say, not that it's necessarily required to this arrangement we're discussing, but Kefis is not exactly a boastful type. I know him personally, so I know that he has many merits and has quite a few accomplishments, but, well, the other lords and ladies of Tron probably haven't heard of them.
Well, I think one of the things we can do most easily, and something we can do, well, without risk, is if we put Kefis and the Marquess together, right now, we can basically give a sign of solidarity. Like I said, I think we have not been necessarily shy, and oh, sorry, I'm trying to keep it together. We have not been.
It's okay. The role playing on this. It's been a while since I've been reschools.
Yes.
We've been.
Yeah.
You got this,
we have not been shy on our support, and I think if we show off the two's friendship here in Summer Court, that will cement the idea. At the very least, people will know that House Logi stands with Kefis. Like I said, I do believe Konrad thinks well of the man. At least not ill. Actually, I don't think I'm fully but well, Konrad does owe Kefis one. So, Enos is kind of like trailing off there as he's like thinking about it.
Just kind of nods along, runs a hand through her pompadour style hair.
Yeah. And
we'll keep it in mind. A good showing from Sir Konrad in the tournament you've got planned will be good. But if anybody asks, no free wins. I will appear in force.
Oh, unfortunately, I do not think Konrad knows the concept of going easy on someone.
Perfect. Make the show all the more exciting. No matter who wins, we benefit. And of course, my dear younger sister is here as well. She will be in the apprentice bracket since, well, she is only 17. We'll have a wonderful showing.
Oh, no doubt. Said that like slightly exasperated. But sorry.
I mean, I'm just like
Baby.
no, I'm like the other problem with reschools is the way reschools is like I don't want to derail Lucky / Enos's train of thought, but also I'm just like in my head like Enos is exasperated. I'm just like Reese's first thought is to say, "Oh, you don't want to share what you can do with whips and chains, darling." Just like, wait, hold on.
Well, no, if
Reel it back. She's
no,
being for real now.
It's like, nope. Enos. Well, I'm probably she probably has a look on her face when he says that. And Enos will respond, "Oh, it's just several people have suggested that I join in the tournament, and I do not feel the most confident in it, as I do not use a standard form of combat. Be very strange."
She definitely would make the whips and chains. She'd be like, no, listen, it's whatever one uses is perfectly acceptable. My own style is quite unique. She holds the fan up. And as I'm sure much because you didn't get a chance to see that much from her during the melee, but my sister uses a fairly unique style we've just imported. Unfortunately, I don't think she'll be able to pull it off perfectly at the tournament, but she is studies the way of rapier and the bullwhip.
Oh. Fascinating.
It's very classy and Celtic-y these days. Got to stay on your toes. Never know where new knowledge will spring from.
Oh, very true. But tournament aside, I do think we'll be able to give Kefis no small amount of support. And if things come to more dire circumstances, we will do what we can. I do think the Marquess would prioritize his friendship over Kefis, and frankly speaking, I do think that House Verity would benefit from Kefis being the lord, yet rather than the young Constance?
Yes, young Lady Constance.
Than the young Constance. Actually, in such a... Yes. Like, would you need anything? Would you need anything to help you in maybe convincing the other houses of such a thing?
Well, it is true that the Duke is very influential. I'm sure that. Well, I haven't broached it to them, but I suppose if we discussed the matter with our closer representatives, not to be offensive to House Eich, but I do not think Duke Verity would consider the Countess's opinion very highly. But they are part of our trade, as is Forrester. Unfortunately, the dear Count appears to have decided to stay at home, so we can't catch his ear. We could try Egan. Gotta be honest, that's a bit of a coin flip.
Well...
Whether or not he cares so much about it. Among the High Lords, she kind of taps her fan against her chin thoughtfully. Well, my mother has always said that Duchess Cheval is a very mediating. She has many things on her plate, but never holds herself back from being helpful and supportive, I am quite certain that she would also come around to our opinion that Kefis is a better suit as a future peer of the realm, at least for the time being. Unfortunately, from what I've been hearing, the other Marquess in the picture, well, I won't say he's exactly green with envy or anything, but the nature of the Espada is to keep their eyes and ears and sword hands on such thing, and the alliance of a Duchy and the other Mark, a powerful alliance in the north, might be a little concerning to the Marquess Espada. It is not necessarily to his personal benefit, though I suppose Marquess Espada does not strike me as a personally ambitious man. He may also be swayed for the good of the realm, but as I said, they are... The Espada operate a certain way. Baron Oro will do whatever makes him the most money and makes him the most friends, so that's probably pretty easy to handle.
Then by the sounds of things, I think...
Actually, yeah, Reese would kind of, ponder for a second, turn to you and be like, how are relations with your house and the House Marin right now? That one's kind of like, she waggles her fan hand a little.
Well, strained is the best way, I want to say. Our good doctor is being a good host, and Inos kind of pauses on this.
And we all know that he would rather have hosted the young twins of House Marin.
Yeah.
Hand behind fan.
Indeed. But I do not think he's necessarily been bettering our reputation with Marin. Like I said, I do think the Goberius is still just as quite liable to just shoot him.
That would sound like her temperament, yes.
But it is
There is no sterner woman on the deck of a ship, but no stormier countenance than a lady from the Islas.
Yeah, so while I cannot say that our relationship has gotten worse, it has also not gotten better. So, frankly, on that...
Being a kind of like... She kind of, again, taps her fan in her hand and says, well, being as... we are more islandy than most, being one of the smallest collection of islands, we do often find ourselves at the mercy of the Marin ships. House Marin is not usually too short with us, but they have a certain freewheeling, wind-spirited style that personally I find quite appealing, but traditionally has chafed a little in the hallowed halls of Trone.
Honestly, if I may be frank, I can't really see Baroness Marin giving a damn about the situation.
Well, that is... Don't know if you've studied much of human tactics and strategies, but quite frankly, having a force be dedicated to a neutral camp is often just as valuable as having them firmly on your side. Quite frankly, if it came to, as we said, if it came to a martial aspect, well, I do not think any schism, shall we say, would last long under a Marin barricade.
True enough. But I think...
At the very least, if she's not friends with you or with me... Reese phrases it that way, but she's speaking about your houses, your respective houses.
Mm-hmm.
We can be sure that perhaps she won't want to stick her nose in and make enemies, as it were. All of this, of course, is quite moot if the High King makes up his mind one way or the other, so we're mindful of that situation. But His Majesty seems like he's not exactly one to stand on tradition. I think you've had more conversations with him than I have,
Now,
darling.
if I do, it is my personal opinion. I do not presume to know the mind of the High King, but I do not believe that the High King will necessarily move to intervene directly, unless something else moves to intervene first. If, our good Pontifex decides to make his will known, I do believe our High King will say something as well. Like I said, the High King seems to value ability more than potential fortune, I should say.
Well, I don't want to discount, 900 years of family history, but you may have noticed that it is a little tricksy running around trying to make sure that the heirs of our house align with all the sun, moon, and stars all the time. My understanding of Lady Veritas's writings is that the art of good fortune is not simply waiting for the signs to be right, but rather to prepare yourself so that when the moment is correct, you are poised to strike. She kind of again taps her fan in her hand. And Rhys Ghoul's addendum to that statement is, if fortune will not align for you, sometimes you have to align fortune.
Oh, and that's just what we're gonna have to do. Make our own fortune. So,
It has been a most illuminating conversation, darling. She pulls out a pocket watch. I really should not take up any much more of your time. Also, quite frankly, I'm certain that Kefis, at least, will notice I have squandered off somewhere. I'll have to find another suitably dashing young lad or lady along the way.
it's like, don't devour them whole.
We make no promises, darling. She kind of springs up.
Yep.
Slaps her
Sorry.
slaps her watch close and bounds off.
Mm-hmm.
Axe typed about it there. Do you want to have that conversation with the Admiral yet about the fort, or do we want to hold that off? Because Inos has suggested or Lucky at least has said that Inos vague plans to try and, push on some closure with the Countess. I don't know if you want to preamble that first before you get into a one-on-one conversation with her.
Like I said, the closure with the Countess is gonna take some time. It's not one of the things where I'm just gonna, bust into the Countess, be all like, "Let's talk about some therapy."
That's fair.
I've invented the therapy couch.
Therapy couch.
It's a
blam.
It's a thing. It's a thing I do is like a formal meeting, and then maybe have a follow up or two, depending on being like, what do you think? Where do you think it works? Or what do you think we should like?
We should probably at least wait until after the fog veil, because she's kind of annoyed with us now for not knowing what's going on. So
that's fair. We should probably wait.
That is
probably not the best
I will wait a
time.
few days.
That's a good point. Well, I mean,
I'm saying, we want her in a good mood, so probably after she's like, okay, now I'm in the know.
Not just because of the role play, because of the detective. We are a little later than I thought. I don't know if we'll go through all the fog veil stuff because we haven't even done the preambulus. I have not had Logesh roll law to explain your theory plan of it. Are there any more of your meetings you guys want to block in right now? Because otherwise, we'll probably kind of we've been taking this as kind of the first day, the Stas day, the Monday equivalent. You can also probably work in the Tuesday. That's a whole free day where you guys have a wealth of time to hit through.
Yeah.
I don't think university meetings don't count because they're a bit different. I'll just have dinner for.
It just depends on how much scheduling.
Yeah, this is more just.
I will probably spend the rest of this day because I think this one is more time sensitive. At least I think it is. I don't remember. My brain is soup.
Good.
But I'm gonna spend some time writing that play with Conti.
Okay. You're pitching your ideas.
Yeah. Because I think we want to have that done by the end of the thing. I can't remember.
It doesn't have to be, but it is something that's in your mind with several of your conversations about ley lineage. And at the very least, your discussion about Mother Tree would come up to bird meeting.
And I'll do some other meetings, but like in flashback form, because I'm not in the right mental state to do it right now.
And we'll hold off on the Crown Prince then as well, because like he would, like I said, he would extend to Nicola, but that's just absolutely. He would make it absolutely clear that that's not an urgent meeting to like Inos and Nicola. He understands you guys are going to be busy for the first few days. It's just when you've got a minute, he would like to have, like I said, a sit down tea with Alestra present and also you guys present about some stuff. Yeah. We already said we're going to do Prince Menace later, possibly as a flashback.
Oh, I don't know if I'd already done this yesterday. I probably had forgot. But I would extend pause events. All our allies are in town, right?
I mean, not all, but you got a pretty extensive one.
Okay, I'll just list these characters and tell me if they're here or not. Alarion, I know, is here. This doesn't apply to her, so ignore that. Yvette, Celine, Ike, Matthias, and Paz.
Ike is here, Matthias.
And then Paz, Selena, and Yvette. So, okay, they're all here. I would basically extend them open invitations to my house and basically directions.
All right.
But I would also warn them that, like, don't be too surprising because the Lady Admiral is also there.
Yeah, they know. Yes, Paz does actually want to powwow with you probably about some stuff. Or you already said you want to.
Oh, yeah, no, I need to show her ancient fire alchemy documents.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, but I think we can also work
Did
that in later.
The back of my nerd brain has been humming on that since we found those.
I mean, it's fair. I think there's more for you to uncover.
No, there is, but, like, I'm still going to show what we've got.
They've been corresponding about it, yeah.
We're nerds. This is what we do.
Well, do we want to... bird meeting?
Bird meeting?
Bird meeting.
Yeah, remember?
Harpuya want to meet with you.
Meeting. You said you want to learn more about Harpuya stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. If no one else wants to interject us.
Yeah.
I'm good.
I would expect
probably turn off my camera, or not camera. Fucking hell.
Don't have your camera. That's really getting out of it.
Okay, in my defense, I'm not going insane. I've had work trainings for like the last 3 weeks that I've had camera on.
Sorry, that was also me superfying my brain. Okay. If no one else wants to jump in, we'll go to Inos again. If you want to have anybody else pop in for this, feel free. But Kalena will.
Would Nicola know this is happening?
That's why I say if Inos wants to bring anybody in, like I don't think so, because I don't know if you've.
Oh no, not bring me in, but would I even know this is happening?
I don't think so, unless like he says so.
Okay.
I don't think Inos has been.
Then I will not spy.
No, I don't think Inos has been bringing up his Harpuya angle.
No, not really. Like I said, Inos would probably be like, "Oh, a Harpuya meeting? Okay, cool, excellent." Cause no, the Marquess is probably busy with his own. Like everyone's kind of busy with their own stuff, so he doesn't really want to drag people away from stuff. Because it's summer.
I want to hear the details afterwards, but that's
Like he'll probably share he'll share later, but yeah, like in the actual meeting, no, he'll probably just go himself.
So, hey, I mean, probably not in your office because you're packing some extra bird people, but I don't know, out on the parapet on top of a tower. You've got Kaleno. You've got Kipperty.
We can sit on top of the tower. I got a Master Dying climb.
Yeah. That's cool. That's real.
I got chains just in case I fall off.
I was about to say, like,
yeah, cool.
My brain immediately goes, Master Dice and climb, fail. Damn it!
I'm just thinking it's like a fucking.
Unless there's a
it's like-
penalty, not bloody likely.
I just would just slide like the Cooper thing. Like Lucky's just holding on to like one of the like the barrings of like the tower tip, and the others are just like standing on the top of spikes.
No, it's crenellated, so means it has the cookie style cutouts. But yeah, so like I said, Kaleno is there, Akipati is there. Also, fun fact, Fight on Golden Plume is there because he's like, oh, didn't you know? You know, puts an arm around about Kaleno, points at her. This is my shell sister. We are hatched from the same clutch.
Oh.
You know, we all call each other brother or uncle or cousin or sister or mother, but you know, but it actually is literally. Kaleno's just kind of like, yes.
I can see the relationship already.
This is my shell brother, yeah. It's just like, listen, you know, we come from places. Also, you know, I wanted to see how things were going. You know, he kind of, you know, looks Inos up and down and says, "It's not often we get to meet one of your kind. I am certain that it is also very rare to see one of mine up here. Did you know it's kind of chilly? It's kind of cold up here." Says the guy, by the way, not wearing a shirt.
Well, Inos like, well, if you put on maybe a layer or something, that might help with it.
This guy. Can you believe this, bro?
I'm sorry, my first thought was I'm not your pro guy.
Bro.
I mean, I did say no. By the male, much like how the female Harpuya are like, yes, you know, sister, etc. The male are the same way. It's like it's brother, possibly bro. Hey, brother. Maybe I'll be like, maybe, you know, we could do the walk of it. Brother. Hey, brother.
Hey, brother. But it's like getting started with the meeting.
Yeah, Okipati can kind of like, you know, move it along. She's a little older. Yes, Kaleno did speak to me, and she wanted to ask matters of Harpuya. And I have consulted our mother and our mother's mother. The records of our people of the Matron of Trees is very slim, but we have old songs. It is said that once there was a tree which grew so tall it entered the sky realm, and the Harpuya flew down to ask her what she was doing. And the tree taught us to sing to our mother for wind and rain and sun. Actually, no, it's the other way around. Sorry, they taught the tree. They taught the tree to sing to mother for wind and sunshine. And in return, she offered us shelter amongst her branches until such time as the great calamity of the skies, or we were forced to take wing. If the tree is real, we could always return to the crones and matrons and ask them. They may wish to come and verify. I think that is the word.
It is indeed the word, and I will say that that tree is quite real. Her name is Nameth Nimlaw, and, well, I do think the legends do exaggerate a little bit, but she is quite possibly one of the largest trees that I have ever seen, and, well, it's hard kind to explain it, but quite powerful in her own right. There's a whole story about that, but I'll spare you the details on it. But, yes,
Yeah,
no,
we can sing, you know, that's pretty good.
But we did find records of, we did find markings of your language around here, so we do believe it is the very same tree. Said tree actually does remember the time that your people dwelt upon their branches, and, well, I may be putting a bit a few words in her mouth, but misses the company.
Kibiti kind of, taps her talons across a stone wall, or maybe, clacks her feet a little and says, curious. Well, then the crones will probably want to know. As you know from our own legends, it is said we took wing and flew very far to come here. So, we do not always have a history, but if the tree remembers, there I'm sure are questions they will want to ask. Phyron kind of, ruffles his feathers and says, well, if it is company the tree wants. I joked about it being cold, but... listen. The ladies, we make no claims on the lands of the maidens, matrons, or crones. But, I come from a place called Jackal Canyon, brother. It's literally a canyon. Cold. It's warm and dry. But it also gets cold at night. It's very windy. We could use a new place to hang. And there are some ways, Kind of, ruffles his feathers a little. Or, of course, you could, we could secure, the ladies here. But, I mean, it's going to be a long way to fly.
Well, I do say the tree wants company. It is not just that. She basically... Well, I won't say wants worshippers, but... those to sing her praises and, do festivals and rituals and stuff to honor her. So it would not just be a place to hang, as you put it. There would be...
Yeah, then I would have to Phyron actually gets a little more serious and kind of like, strokes his own chin with his tongue. He's like, Then the elder sister is right. We would need to consult the uncles and the forefathers.
Yes. Like I said, we haven't decided fully what to do with Auntie Tree, as we call her. But like I said, it did seem that your people had history with her, so I found it only right to ask their opinion on it. We will not be doing anything with her soon. We have much going on right now and much to discuss, so there is time. If you can take word back to your respective elders, they are more than welcome to come and see the tree for themselves and verify what they see. If they have if they have any express interest in returning to the tree, we can definitely work something out. It's just be a matter of well, who and how many, I suppose.
I'll have to work at that. I'm going to warn you. It is good that we've managed to avoid young Miss Siroko's presence in this story.
Inos kind of tilts his head with that and is like, why is that?
Well, you were in the meeting, but to put a more fine point on it, the Night Hunter, Miss Sycorax Furia, well, she controls a lot of territory, but Akipiti chips in. I did not want to say anything that would cause a fight in front of your king, but she controls territory to force. Bullying, bribery. Scraps. Not so much to say that she wages war the way that men do sometimes, but she grows her power through intimidation.
I see.
And, Phyron chips in. If the rumors are to be believed, she does it in very unsavory ways. Night raids, holding eggs hostage. She would not be able to do it for very long, but I have heard unsettling rumors from my brothers that she will even capture male Harpuya, which is just like not how you're supposed to do it, bro.
I did find it strange that she seemed so proud of how many roosts she had.
No, it is an achievement. I have not heard of it that many roosts in Alliance in, well, certainly not in my lifetime, and neither in the recollection of my fathers and uncles. But it comes at a price.
Indeed.
Not to speak too well of mine own mother, but, I am hatched from the same shell. I think Reverie. She seems to be doing very well for herself. Cleo just kind of like, the bird kicks him in the bird shin. He's just like,
Bird.
we are bird-shaped birds. It's just like, yes, but you notice that when it comes to cooperation and alliance, Irene Reverie sends her own kin to aid the High King. Miss Sycorax only speaks of how she is not interested in war. She has no desire for hostilities. Actually, what would be the... Trying to think what would be my have an idea.
That's what I'm honestly thinking about the same thing here. Like, I feel like there's
sense plus scrutinize to put together a clue, or do you have any no plus tactics or strategy?
wait, actually, let me double check. I don't think I do. No, but I do have some scrutiny.
All right, roll me some scrutinizing.
That's the wrong document tab.
Also, yeah, geez, no shit. That Loth commenting in the comments about, glooping out. That's a lot of degrees. That's a lot of thunders.
Something, thunderbolts and lightning. 2
Plates.
Hey,
Triple
Inos,
threes.
remember how Duchess Cheval in the Privy Council talked about how her holdings in the Medius Mountains missing copper, tin, and bronze, or and iron? What number one metal you see these are wearing in front of you is bronze. Bronze smithing is easy to do if you have tin and copper. The melting points are relatively easy. So like officially, Sycorax Fury is not waging any war, but somebody's pinching materials to make bronze from the Medius Mountains. Now, is that human criminals who sell them to bird ladies, or is it bird ladies? Who knows? But like, it's people that you vaguely trust their opinions. You have no reason to distrust Akipati and Kaleno, etc. They're not super keen on Sirocco and Sycorax Furia. So,
well, like you said, she has no interest in waging war, but I'm pretty sure that she can mean she has no interest in waging war on men. That doesn't say anything about waging war on other Harpuya. Like I said, that is a very ambitious leader, but ambitious leaders tend to do foolish things in names of their ambition. We don't need ambitious leaders right now. We need steady, cooperative ones.
You need to stockpile forests. You need to increase. God, what's the? I'm trying to remember like what the resource is and like the right kind of. There's a lot of Forex games that have it. I think it's literally Unity, and like Stellaris is like the currency you spend on social shit. You need to increase your Unity cap. You need social capital to spend on projects. To cut down on your empire sprawl sort of thing.
Yeah, but speaking of
that,
you
can manage it all.
You said ambitious, and I immediately thought of the ambitious trait in some of those games where it's like, oh yeah, it's a -50 to relationships.
Yeah,
I know. So it's like the way I described Inos and Leslok's opinion on the state of the realm, since you guys were in both the Curia and the Privy Council, is that like you guys have done your part and been present for the other houses, kind of pulling their weight. That like there's no major crisis flex point. You have, ongoing systemic problems that probably need to be addressed. Like this is the first time I think that he put it in so many words, but Grand Duke Russell, the Lord Marshal did straight up say that like, yeah, probably our current most common crime is smuggling and skirting the king's laws. And our biggest issues of social disorder is the opium and hashish trade.
Hashish!
The narcotics trade.
Hashish!
I just think of a shit, the fucking Chaos Dwarf god, but that's
excuse me.
It's
I'm thinking of Kenshi.
Arabic. If you don't know, because it's not really referred that way anymore, but hashish is a compressed dried brick of the cannabis from Middle Eastern countries.
Gotcha.
Because it's not a cannabis is also not a New World crop.
And big
So
hemp
that-
isn't there yet to make it super illegal yet. So
Honestly, no, hemp's great. You guys love hemp, but also hashish is like.
There's a story to that.
Also,
right?
like hashish is known as a social ill previously. We're not talking about like madness stuff, but hey, if you don't know the etymology of the word assassin,
Yeah, assassin. Yeah.
Assassin.
Yeah, for
so
hashish smokers.
Whether or not those weird cultish death devoted desert kith you know about also get fucking high before they fight guys, we'll find out later, I'm sure.
Yeah, no,
but
they were actually a cult. They were actually just a straight up cult.
Yeah, they were very religious. And also like it's so funny that like Fate went with like such an over the top metaphysical interpretation of Gramps.
So I guess
when the legends about the old man of the mountain are also really crazy, like literally there's one story
they're not a. I just want to say they're technically not a cult. It's a sect. It's slightly different.
No, I think they were.
No, they're a sect of Nizari Ishalimach.
They're not necessarily a standalone, or were not, I should say. I don't think there are any Hashashin anymore. I don't know if they were a standalone, but they were a variant of a specific one of the
Shia.
The standard schisms of Shia.
Yeah, they're a sect of Shia. So they're technically like I said, whether religion is cults, that is an argument I'm not willing to have on the internet. But it is a little less like the tea cult. Like, it's not like the tea cult where it's like this one guy just decided it's like, we're going to live in the mountains and I'm going to have all the wives and stuff.
Because that is also how the Hashashin started. Is the old man of the mountain. Like I said, the stories about him are really crazy. Like,
it wasn't because one guy really wanted to have sex.
At least one person was said to have run into them and basically, had the story of like the old man of the mountain would dope you up with hashish, take you to, an earthly paradise and just be like, this is your reward in the afterlife. Go forth.
Yeah.
And then, when you wake up from your coma of too much hashish, you're just left on a bare ass mountain. Probably Hassan Il Sabah, probably a real guy. Anyway, so like I said, to go back to the realm speaking, the realm is pretty okay. The problem is that it seems like the realm is currently operating at its comfortable operating cap. So you either need to bring down some of the things using the realm's, the kingdom's resources, or you need to expand how much ceiling the kingdom has.
Okay.
Which, like I said, that means you guys aren't looking for ambitious leaders who are looking to expand territory. You are looking for leaders who are more even keel. Even your own plans to expand a territory, you guys are being very careful about.
No, I was wondering if I should have a talk with. Oh, sorry, I forgot her name already. The ambitious leader one.
Sirocco?
Sirocco, but I don't know. Maybe not. I'll probably have to. I will have to probably bring this up to the Marquess if.
I do think he at least seems a little on the up and up.
Well, no, like I said, we know. Like we know Kaleno, and we've met
Akipati, it's Greek. All the syllables.
Before.
Yeah.
And so we kind of got a vibe, like we said, because they were. It was Okipati and two other Harpui that we met in the mountains where we killed the
Yeah.
The
Warhawk, yeah.
Warhawk.
She was the big one, right?
Yeah.
She was the one in charge. Yeah, she is a wing leader, so she is a commander of a military unit.
Where are they?
And like I said, and we've been with Kaleno for like months now.
That's true.
Lemonade.
And freaking Phaidon.
Yes, Phaidon. Phaidon Golden Plume.
I think he might he seems like I'm not gonna say he's like I don't think he's like, I don't know, like, how do I want to put this? He seems.
I mean, do you think he's trustworthy the way I role play him? Maybe not.
No, maybe not, but
he is shell siblings with Kaleno. They literally I made sure they're the same age. They literally hatched from the same clutch. They are actual full blood siblings.
If I was to say, hey, fine, yeah, come hang out. Fido would probably show up with like 6 of his friends, and it'd be a fucking pain in the ass to get him to leave. That's the feeling I get. That's the feeling I get from like Fidon.
Yeah, my thing is like I think I'm much more trustworthy of people who are very honest and upfront, and I think that is the vibe I get from him.
Yeah, but so Fidon telling me, fucking Sycorax is bad news. I'm like, no, I can probably trust that. Like, cause Kaleno.
Yeah, he's like, bro, I hear my rumors that like, she steals.
May or may not be a mafia.
And Kaleno and Akapete isn't denying that. So I think I can unless they all 3 of them came up with this scheme to discredit Sorokafira, who by the way does seem like she is. Like, I'm sorry to judge a person by an appearance, but this person seems very proud and very ambitious. So, no, I can see them maybe being a little fucking aggro bird on some other roost and stuff. I was about to say aggro crab, but that's technically
you can roll sense plus empathy. You can try and determine if the technically the siblings, because a Kipati would be half sister to.
Yes, but no, I will roll empathy to mother.
Which also means, by the way, they're all descended from Irene. Reverie. D1? Are we D1 right now?
All right.
D1.
Great way to end our night is our dice bot explodes.
Let me put some D7s here. Not D7s.
Dice bot being weird must be a day that ends in Y.
Oh, there it goes.
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
It's a little slow.
He figured it out.
Twos
and 1s. Yeah, seems like they're being truthful.
Okay. Then yes, I will have to Well, actually, Inos is gonna think about that and be like, and turn to Fidon and Okame. It's like, do you think your roosts are in danger from Sycorax?
Sycorax.
Now, Fidon kind of just puts a towel to his chest and says, no, this brother is why we live apart. We are separately. Is more a danger to our lone individuals. I do not know. He kind of does the classic side lean, which considering remember feathered arms is a lot more showy as a Puya. He can literally block out the ladies from the conversation. But he's like, don't know if you've heard this discussed, but normally the way it works is when a Harpuya lady is looking for a he would not say boyfriend, but man friend sounds really bad. Looking for a romantic partner, she might take wing and fly aloft. And if you're a dashing male Harpuya and you're looking for a lady friend, you might also take wing and meet up in neutral territory and decide, and see where it goes. Unfortunately, because the Lady Harpuya, the matrons and crones, control the eggs, we do have a slight problem where I myself did this. You are raised among your sisters, and then when you are of the appropriate age to fly, you are given a pack and take wing to join the clan of your fathers. Now, it is not traditional, but it would be problematic if Sycorax Furia decided that she did not like all this waiting around to find a willing male, and decides to boost her numbers by, I don't know, not releasing some young sons, or perhaps catching a Harpuya male out on a flight looking for a good time. That is our concern. It would be very difficult for us to liberate, rescue, recover a brother who is in such a bad way. And also, quite frankly, it would not be a good look. Our feathers would not show well. It would not show our plumage well if we were to launch a counterattack against a nest of the females, even if we were in the wrong. And that has signs of our old way, where one cockerel was king of the walk. But we do not do that this way anymore, brother, because it bred conflict. Yes, this is actually known, and I think Inos has had some. You have some allied tribes.
Yeah.
In the ancient pre-calamity past, Harpuya used to have more traditional ruling structures and family units. You would have one male who would be boss of the town, the cockerel. Everybody there would either be his children or his mates. But the problem was that this caused mates to fight to compete for the cockerel's attention, and also the lads to, compete about, pushing dad out of the nest. So after they had to do a great migration, they were just like, you know what? No more fighting.
This sucks.
We're gonna segregate our society, and we're going to build a different paradigm where we live separately. And when we decide we want to do a little,
until you guys can learn how to play together, we're separating.
You don't know. You'd have to go into some history to see if it's ever come up before. But Phaidon has brought up the counterpoint to this different way of living, which is that it has other problems. If somebody wished to abuse the social contract, there are other issues here. But yes, Phaidon's not concerned about their nests being taken over. It's more that just like, there could be dude Harpuya in problem. Kipati does say, though, on the matter of her taking out, Takithra and our mother's nests, our roosts, are located in Central Territory in the southern part of the Medius Mountains, very close to Crown. That's why we have such a good relationship with your king. We are not close to Sycorax, but we are not far. It is possible she could expand that far, but it would not be soon. Much more likely we would see signs of her expensive forces raiding, stretching, looking for food and other supplies.
Expanding.
If they are indeed expanding by force, that means they're going to need to feed everybody. They're going to need to treat their injured. They're going to need materials for war. I do not know if you've ever seen two Harpuya fight, Master Inos, but it can be quite vicious. If you wish to attack a nest, you will do so safely. We do not just hurl rocks. She's probably not carrying. She's probably not carrying them, but she does pad like her upper thigh where there's like a big leather bag that you Enos would know. It's got like almost like arrow loops in it, but you would know again from your knowledge of allied tribes. Harpuya warfare method is actually they huck iron flechettes because gravity does a lot of the work.
In addition,
iron tips.
Birds are also just absolutely terrifying to each other. Like, I grew up on Animal Planet, a lot of it. You can very easily tell, like, reptiles aren't dinosaurs, birds are dinosaurs.
Birds of prey are particularly quite mean.
Yes, okay.
Well, even not birds of prey, like, even like pelicans and stuff will just devour other birds whole.
Well, I want to say this. This is something that people don't think about, but no, a pelican, it may not be a class of the bird of prey, but a pelican is a predator, y'all. It's a seabird that has to catch fish.
Different.
Human effect on things like no.
Please stop! You're triggering my national DNA trauma.
my national it's like your.
Luckily, Harpuya are not based off of terror birds. No, those are the unseen creatures that are going to eat your ass in Lagartia.
Holy crap! If there was a Harpuya cassowary, everyone would be fucked.
Yeah, but think of the thighs on her.
The coloring and disposition of Harpuya is very much traditional birds of prey. Like their plumage matches like eagles, hawks, falcons, and stuff. Occasionally, you might get some corvids,
owls.
I will say that, like I have mentioned before, male Harpuya tend to be much like real-life birds. They tend to be the more flashily colored. The females are actually much more like muted, normal colors. Phaidon being like bright gold is like pretty normal. He's honestly not that flashy because there are probably literal male Harpuya who are like actual peacock colors, like green and blue.
Oh, that's a backup character. Just the most flamboyant birdman alive.
Hey, it's their moves. They gotta stand because, like I said, the way that they have relationships is like if you feel a burning desire for a mate, you go off and fly into neutral territory. And again, the males mostly just like have to fly around and be very, very brightly colored.
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining like male Harpelia just setting up a stage and just doing, you know, dancing and singing.
Yeah, whatever works.
Hey, check me out.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. How now? Send me a kiss by wire, baby. My heart's on fire. That'll be them in 100 years. They'll be on the fucking free range radio.
Radio and like
You're
the
listening
talkie.
to Radio Free Harpuya.
God, the fucking.
How'd you do discography with their wing hands?
Oh, they do very good record scratches. Anyway, there's actually a second bullet point. I don't know if you guys have any more questions about Psychorax, but you did also want some info about
the Sky Mother.
The Sky Mother.
Yes.
Yes. And Okibati can chime in on that, and she's just like, well, Kalina has probably told you some of the basics, but our legends are very simple. We pass them from mother to hatchling. We are the kindred of the Sky Mother. She is the firstborn of the sun and moon, the ruler of all things in the skies, and her sky realm separates the heavens from the earth. She is the mother of all the winds in the world, consort to the father of mountains, whose stone pillars hold up the sky. We think of her as a mother deity because it is said that she gave birth to 4 children, 2 sets of twins, the rain and the sea, and the wood and the metals. So you would think of that as Tempestus and Okeanos, and then the Builder and the Wood Lord.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
She is said to be the queen of all beasts that fly, all birds. The clouds are her raiment, storms are her crown, and her voice was roaring of winds. The voice is very important to us because not only is she the goddess of sky, but she is also the goddess of the voice itself. She is known for song. We are her song given shape, as they say, her winds given voice. And though she is gone, we do say that when her winds howl and her storms range, we feel her presence. It is said that she left us after her calamity of sky was too great for even the sun to contain. Her great winds threatened to strip all tree and root and stem from the very bones of the earth.
So the calamity of sky was a great wind. Okay.
A very big wind, yes. Very great, nasty wind. I think I may have used that metaphor before as well. I don't remember if I said that to you guys or I just typed it to myself. But yeah, no. Apparently the calamity of skies was said to be such a raging storm, such a force of wind that it was like, not only going to like literally kill things, but like we're going to start dismantling the fundamental structures of the planet. We're going to, strip the bones of the earth bare type shit. So she was very upset. Honestly, Inos, you don't need to roll religion to get this. You get the impression that much like the Harpuya themselves, the Sky Mother is, temperamental, tempestuous. Obviously she is the storms and the winds and stuff, but like, she had great motherly capacity, but also, let's just put it this way. Kipiti just said that she is the Sky Mother's, her winds given voice, her songs given shape, and her shape includes 4 limbs that end in razor-sharp talons. Literally get +1 killing damage on unarmed attacks, so, that says things.
Yes, it does.
Her true name can only be expressed in song, so we just refer to her as Mother.
You said she left after her calamity.
Aye. She is said to be gone or felled. We do not know. We do know that she was not there to guide us to this place. But we followed her winds and her voice all the same. I am curious. Maybe if I have time, I shall speak to some of those mountain kin about it. They are the kindred of the father of mountains, are they not?
Inos will nod. Like
There used to be mountain brothers in Medius, but, well, we do not necessarily pass these stories down the same. But from what I understand of our writings, they were more organized, but more forceful. Much like in the same way we have described Sycorax Furia, they would expand, grow their force. This brought them into conflict with the men who used to dwell there, the House of Malleus? Malleus, yes. We, in our history, call them the House of the Hammer. It's very illustrative.
I see.
Ooh, that was really dying. It's okay. We're
died.
not going too much longer.
I'm sorry.
We're almost
I
done.
tried.
We're almost done, Dallas.
Oh, but hey, we've been going for a pretty long time. We're at like 350.
I zoned out a bit. I apologize.
No, it's fine.
It's okay. We're just having role play.
It is just role play. I'm trying to think here if there's any questions I have like specifically about the Sky Mother, but no, they said her name is her name is in song and is not really pronounceable, so she's just the Sky Mother. Had 2 sets of twins.
Now you know for, not that you didn't already assume this, but you know that for a fact that at least according to the Harpuya, the structure goes Sun and Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Sun Moon makes Sky. Sky pairs with Earth, which would mean that Vertum is the equal and opposite of the Sky Mother from the Umbral Queen side, from Dea Tacita. Yes. They come together. They have 2 sets of twinsies.
Okay. And her calamity
Actually,
was...
you know what? Inos, go ahead and roll me knowledge religion.
Well, let's see what happens.
Student of religion. 1s? 3s. 3s. 3s is probably enough. I didn't set a difficulty beforehand. So, all right. Inos, you're doing a little math. You understand the concept of umbral versus astral, equal and opposites. In at least from what you studied of the
Septum Script.
Yeah, the Septum Script, the 7 books. In the beginning, there was kind of like formless shapelessness void, and then all the stuff came together and created a big ball of light, and that's the sun. So that's Hydrus. Hydrus was kind of like, kind of lonely up here, and made the moon, who was kind of like his lesser image. But in that act, he kind of created a big shadow of himself, which is Dea Tacita. So then, sun and moon get together, make Sky. An equal and opposite response from the force of the Umbral. And you also know for a fact Sun and Moon had at least one more child deity, that's Fornaxia. You can be reasonably certain that the equal and opposite reaction there was Chilone, the goddess of winter.
Wait, so what's the opposite of...
the twins are only 50% Sun Moon, so instead of 2s, that would make 1 throne, because that would be math. You don't know who those were, but you do recall seeing in that montage, that tableau in the Myrrh Institute, there was a goddess with multiple arms.
Yeah, no.
That could be one of those thrones, but you don't know if that would be the... Again, the math's not exact, but like I said, the children of Vertum and the Sky Mother would be, well, technically they would be only 1/4 sun, but you know what I mean. Like, only half of their lineage is drawn from the equal and opposite action of Hydrus, so Dea Tacita only gets 1 instead of 2.
Old Shakti.
But that would, I'm pretty sure that math's out correct, because we do have 13 thrones, so you have to have odd numbers in there somewhere.
Yeah, one of them would have to be uneven.
And And then, of course, that brings up another question, which, of course, is always like, okay, so 13 thrones. You've literally seen the 13 thrones. There's 13 chairs. You don't really know how that stacks up with deific children, though, because, well, you've heard about the Fairy Queen, and you've met her. While she does not fit probably Enos's personal description of what, a enthroned goddess is supposed to be like, she's pretty strong. She's pretty weird. She seems to wield power in a way that defies sorcery. You could consider it miraculous. But she's not in a throne, so... Enos basically inventing the word demigod in his head.
Yeah. Half god.
So, like, it's one of those questions of, like, you don't really know what the, like... What's the word? Ecclesiastical argument is here is like, well, the Queen of the Fairies is definitely the child of a god. Trust me, I've met her, but she's not a throne. So, well, like, how does that work?
But she's not the child of two gods.
But is she also, well, as far as we know?
Not directly. I mean, I will say this. In case you forgot, you did broach the idea that you could consider her the child of two because it was the goddess of winter's axe that got her out of Sylvanus' brain pan.
That's right, you did.
Yeah.
So, like, that was the axe that she sprung forth from. So she could be... Yeah. She describes herself as having winter in her veins, so she could be considered the child of the Woodlord and the winter crown.
You mentioned,
like a stepchild.
Well, no, because this is like that's straight on the fucking the Athena mythos. Zeus just getting a big ass headache, so they fucking.
Lucky, I've got it. She has the Gilgamesh situation. She's 2/3 of a god.
Well, I mean, she still has no human parents, so she's still 100% god. It's just which column she comes from.
Yeah, like which is the main god? Where's the main descendant?
Well, like I said, so honestly, that probably means that being a throne god is probably something a bit more than just having divine parentage.
Also, like, okay, theoretically, if Sylvanus were to somehow die, would she take over for him?
I don't think so, because we have dead and missing gods, and we did not have necessarily things.
You have empty thrones, as they're called, and no one has arisen to fill their position. But again, that's the question that Enos is probably percolating right now. Is like, is that because you can't fill the exact same throne, or is it just because there were no good replacements for the missing deities?
Or did they just decree that there be no more gods?
No, I don't think necessarily the no more gods.
I'll say this straight up. There's no phraseology in the Septuscript saying that there can only ever be 7 thrones. It's just that Hydrus explained to King Wynn that there were currently only 7.
I don't know necessarily where we're gonna get more gods. I'm gonna be real. It's not like we go down to the shops, gods are us. Pick up a new fucking deity or two.
No, I'm just worried that's the end point of this man-made calamity probably brewing up.
Well, no, remember the problem was that mortals tried to ascend to a throne, and I believe the working theory is killed the moon goddess. I believe. Or did something with her.
That's a theory, something like that. The very least, they tried to, I guess the best way that you would say by comparing all the stories you've heard is they tried to misappropriate her corpus, her divine stuff,
her something, and that unleashed the calamities on which at one point Hydras were like, wait, went too far, take it back, and then some gods were like, no, I'm not taking it back.
Oh, by the way, one of the gods, to clarify how that worked also, so the Sky Mother is, as mentioned, the firstborn child of Sun and is herself a mother deity. So it sounds like she would be quite nettled by this whole human situation.
Yeah, and as they said, they do not know if she just, left or was killed, but she is just not here anymore. So she was definitely on the side of, how about I do anyway?
her throne is empty, and then you know for a fact Chillone was on that side, the empty throne side, because there are legends that are recounted in the Septascript that she fought for an action based to a standstill until Tempestus got involved. It was the Thunderbolt that slew her.
We also lost the Builder and whatever is the many-armed goddess.
Yeah, you guys don't know anything about her. Does she have a kindred? You don't even know. Mysteries and mysteries. The Builder is, of course, yes, as we said, not here. That's another one that's a little weird because you guys like have no sign. He's supposed to have a kindred. The elves have talked about their cousins, the Dverg.
Yeah.
The kindred of, not quite. Well, I mean, we could say rock and stone because they were supposed to be dwarves, but that's not exactly what they would be. But it's definitely like
Yeah, and I remember we had the wolf
not
people
here
for the moon.
The Lobo.
And they're also gone.
But I will also say the other thing important to note is that from what you guys remember is that at least originally the Lost Empire were also supposed to be a human culture patroned by the Builder. So you guys don't know how that one works out. You guys have not actually gone real ham on the Imperial culture yet either.
I think we're waiting until we get a bit closer to the fucking Lost Continent to start touching that one. But unfortunately, while I have some details, I don't think I have any more answers. I think I just have a bit more better understanding of the...
Just more questions.
Well, not even more questions, I would say. Like, we already knew she was gone. They really didn't clarify, like, how she left, because they don't know either. I wasn't expecting a lot of information, like, because I can't be... I can't...
You're how to Kippy say it, it's passed down from mother to hatchling kind of a thing.
Yeah.
It's like when you're learning Harpy 101, it's like, okay, we are the kindred of the Sky Mother. She's not here right now, but if you when the winds howl and the storms rage, you might hear her song if you keep an ear out.
But
if I did not put it in my notes explicitly this way, but Inos could either come to this conclusion on his own or ask about it. That may be what, like, because remember that Kaleno is supposed to be like the crones and matrons have said that she's a special egg. That may be kind of like one of their signs is they're like, oh yeah, if you listen in the storm, you can hear her. It could be that's one of the reasons why Kaleno is specially favored, is that she claims anyway, or seems to hear the song of the Sky Mother very strongly.
Mm-hmm.
A sign of her favor, sort of a thing. Wheels on wheels, stuff on stuff.
Well, she's not dead. I don't know.
Well, this is also our favorite question. I'm pretty sure I have to double check if Logi phrased it this way, but I think Logi told you in the labyrinth, like, hey man, is there an underworld big enough for a god? I don't fucking know. I'm dead. I never figured that one out.
I wasn't allowed access to the god underworld.
Well, he
like, does Logi asks the question of like, okay, so we can kill gods. Do they have to stay dead? Where do they go when they die?
I gotta ask Kaleno. Kaleno, if you can hear her song, we gotta follow that song. We gotta follow it back to the source, Kaleno. We gotta go.
God or world. Thank you.
I'm just like, I'm sorry. At some point, you gotta write a novel series about just all the things in this world. Like, it's so many side novels about all the fucking peppy young girls.
Well, like I said, honestly, I don't know. Maybe if they can hear the song, maybe we can follow the song.
You could. I mean, that's actually, go ahead, Inos, and actually, you get to pick whatever you've got more dice in, because I think you said you have both student sorcery and allied tribes, right?
They're all equal right now. They're all at 3.
Okay, roll whichever one you'd like.
Let's go. Well, fuck it. I'm just gonna roll, and then I'm gonna let's see here.
Declare multiple action. Roll five students at once. No, don't do that. You'd take 4 penalty dice and need 3 matches. D1's being a little slow again.
Well, let me start.
It's okay. We're wrapping up. I feel like I've given you extra brain stuff to chew on. In what was fun, there he is. Okay,
it's a straight.
It is
Damn.
a straight. Shit.
Small straight, yeah.
Well, you can roll the other one.
I'll roll the other one.
We'll give you 2 shots at this. Roll the other one and see if it sticks. It
I
seems
think
like
I
it
gotta
is.
go
If you
soon.
want to just, well, we're almost done, Dallas.
10. It's like 10 seconds away.
Okay.
Yeah, we're wrapping up. We'll you can pass.
Yes,
There you go.
bang!
10.
Okay. Bye.
Enos,
I just
you
like-
recall some very
care.
vague rumors about the Harpuya, because they had a patron goddess. That means that they should have had some extension of something they could do. Sorcery is supposed to be a gift from the gods. The way it is phrased in the Septascript is that Hydrus and the remaining throne gods extended that gift to humans in the kindred after the covenant to kind of like, or after the calamities to kind of like take care of themselves. But there's no rule that has to be the order it operates, because I strongly suspect that Inos may think in his heart of hearts, he's like, there's no way my goodest of mothers kept her special sauce from her bestest boys. You know? That's a thought that runs counter to human doctrine, but I can't imagine that the Inos thinks that like the Dea Tacita would keep her sorcery to herself pre-calamity.
No,
sort of a thing, right?
we are her children, born from her blood and fucking fire. No, like she
Also,
It's
wasn't the ancient alchemy the fire dancing stuff before the covenant?
yes, you guys know that there were
Yep.
it was actually after the covenant that like alchemia got kind of like simplified. And you guys have understood that the Mer use their sorcery in a very different way because they're surrounded by water as opposed to wind. You've already discovered Prima Aqua as well. You recall some very vague facts speaking about like hearing her song. The Harpuya are supposed to have had. They can do anima. You know, they can do anima, and apparently they can, because they can carve them, they can do runecraft, they can do stoneheart sorcery. They are not particularly talented at either. They were supposed to, once upon a time, have their own school of sorcery, Sky Song sorcery, but that is now. They have no mother goddess to teach them the ability, so it seems like that knowledge has faded in time. But it did probably exist. So, you know, speaking about singing, you know, singing her song, it could be out there.
Why is that the tree?
Well, actually, the tree might remember.
The tree's been around that whole time. You gotta ask her. Pencil that
fuck.
one in.
Fuck.
We had to work through that, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Listen, this is the thing with like, this is the campaign I have built where I have interweaving a fucking Final Fantasy ass long-term thousands of years of history magical mystery tour, and also a completely different Final Fantasies, you know, very involved socio-political scheme.
And we haven't even gone to the random assassins yet either.
No, you guys are still
I
working.
don't think they're random.
I meant if they show up during the summer court, because Dallas put that in my fucking worm in my brain.
Yeah, no, there's definitely the assassins
You
here.
guys know that I am planned way in advance on certain plot beats, so I told you before. I've been sitting on the Fairy Queen coming to visit for months, but with that
Also,
revelation, I think we'll pack in the session so Dallas stops exploding, and some of that role playing stuff went on a little long. When we come back, we will pencil in a few more of your meetings. We can talk with Prince Alias and Prince Menace.
Hopefully, I will
Kieran
be
can have his
sane.
convo with Conrad.
I put some limits on
Everybody's
this
together.
too.
Next weekend is going to be what? The
21st. Yes.
Yeah, that should still be good.
It
for
should
me.
not.
I
The
don't
21st and
think we
28th
have
should not
plans
interfere
that
with anyone
weekend.
of any like big things, unless someone has like
The
a early
following
Christmas party.
weekend may be stuff. I will keep you guys apprised.
I
'Cause
will.
It could be that weekend, but I think it's the next weekend.
As far as I know,
Christmas is a Thursday,
I
so-
have no plans that should go into the weekend.
Yeah, so
Health,
hey, everybody
I have
was
no
here.
idea.
Everybody role played good. Take your twos. I know for a fact Lucky posted some stuff in between, so get your extra point.
I know I did too.
I don't remember that. Actually, no, wait. I think you did post something.
I put it about the
after
Fairy Queen.
session.
I put it after the session.
Sure,
So-
we'll call it. But sorry, I'm just hearing Dallas fucking dying in the background.
Sorry.
We'll call it a day. We'll talk to you guys later. We'll be seeing you guys later. Don't forget to like.
It's the trumpets of the end times.
Good night, everybody.